Hey everyone, hello, ho ho ho, welcome to day 25 of the Genesis of Androzani Advent Calendar
Merry Christmas!
for 2023, the 6th time we've brought a video to you in a row. Well, actually no, that's technically not true. I was going to say the 6th time I brought a video on the 23rd of December, but there was one year where we didn't, and we just completely missed it. But that's neither here nor there. This is the 6th Advent Calendar, and here we are in the finale of the Advent Calendar with day 25. And thought it would be fitting that since 2023 is the year that we have introduced the second channel for pro wrestling, that day 25 would be a good opportunity to really highlight it. And also because the idea behind it fits with the theme. Because, much like the fact that this is day 25, fittingly, this video is going to be Callum and I discussing with each other and with you our 25 favorite wrestlers. Not ranked, not in any particular order, and this is not like this is objectively the 25 best ever. And there's so many reasons why I don't think anyone, unless you're like a massive historian, you've lived a long time, it's very difficult to do that. I mean, you'd have to be someone like Dave Meltzer, who's consumed so much wrestling that the other parts of your life are so small, because there's so much of it, and there's been so much of it over many years. But these are 25 of our personal favorites that we have seen. So, like, you know, there's wrestlers from before the TV era that, you know, we just haven't seen that much of. Like, I know that Ed Strangler Lewis, for example, is a really highly regarded wrestler, but he was world champion in a time when it wasn't on TV. So you can't really watch his matches. You can only hear about them. And then there's also wrestlers that appear on TV in like foreign languages or on independent circuits where there's no TV. Like, you have to go to the event to see them, for example. So, you know, there's a lot of wrestlers we don't have exposure to, a lot of Japanese wrestlers, a lot of Mexican wrestlers, a lot of, you know, European independent wrestlers. There's, you know, so many of that. There's just a lack of ability to see a lot of their stuff online, and with the amount of content that is produced by this machine of an industry, it's very difficult to actually see everyone and really, you know, see the best of the best all the time. It's just not possible. You have to kind of pick and choose. So this is 25 each that we have chosen based on our personal experience watching this product, this industry, this machine, this sport, if you will. And as I said, it's not ranked, it's just 25 in no particular order. And yeah, Callum, how did you, because obviously we're going to have quite different exposures, because I've seen a lot more stuff than you have. So what was your sort of thinking and experience going into making this list for yourself?
This was quite difficult in terms of trying to put together a list of people that I felt I could fairly put together and not really try and cater it towards one specific era, because I've only been watching wrestling for about 9 years. Yeah, so this was difficult to a point, and I struggled a little bit with trying to get this done, but I did get it done, and I'm pretty happy with the majority of my list. Well, yeah, the people I have on 25 favorite wrestlers. Yeah, I would say I'm happy with it, with what I have, and why I like each of these wrestlers.
Yeah, it's I definitely made a few choices where I thought I wanted to include specific things, so I could showcase a bit of variety and not just have all the same. Because like, you could have, let's say you specifically like one style, you might feature 25 people that are really good at that style. I wanted to try and put a little bit of representation of a bunch of different things in there. I also had kind of the opposite problem to you, because instead of trying to come up with 25 that would do it justice, in this instance, I actually had a lot of people on my long list. I think when I first wrote the list down, I had about 60 people that I could have put on this 25, and I actually had to put it in a preference revealer to truly narrow it down. And even then, some of the people that were in my top 25 on the preference revealer didn't even make it because I changed my mind. Because firstly, it's that marginal between some of these people, and secondly, they're so different. Some of them are so different to each other, it's hard to compare them, which is why I decided we shouldn't do a ranking, because deciding which one is better out of two of them sometimes is really hard, because they're from different eras, they're from different styles, different divisions, different weight classes, they have different longevity. There's so much that goes into it, and it's really difficult to compare them, you know. Like, to compare a Japanese wrestler that's wrestled for 30 years to a WWE women's wrestler that wrestled 5 good years. It's like they're two so different things. You get what I mean? It's like really, really hard to. And then like you compare like a luchador to a hardcore wrestler. It's like, again, they're just different things. But I guess the core of what really motivates why these 25 people have been chosen is that they bring the one thing they all have in common is they are able to bring a level of storytelling that is able to connect with myself as I've watched their careers. They all have something special about them that puts them head and shoulders above the sort of standard. And there's a lot of different things about them, whether they are an all-rounder or whether they're just really, really, really specially good at one or two things. Like, there's a lot of differences. Because not everyone on my list is good at everything. Some of them are great at some things and only just enough, good enough at others. But there is a combination of it all that leads to an end result of being able to tell really good stories, being able to have, you know, maybe they're featured in good storylines, they've had good character moments, they have a really special ability athletically or on the microphone, or, you know, or they were at a very specific time and it was, you know, lightning in a bottle. Like, there's so many of those things that factor into it. And sometimes it's not even any of that. Sometimes you don't know what it is, but there's just something about that person that you really connect with. They just have that kind of it factor that makes you want to invest in them, and you've been invested with them, you know, every time you see them. Like, sometimes that also happens. So yeah, it wasn't easy, and I have a lot of honorable mentions that I might mention like at the very end. But looking at my 25, I can definitively say I have loved a lot of moments with all 25 of these wrestlers, and I'm pretty happy with my list. How about you?
Yeah, I would say the same. There's a lot of these wrestlers, I would say, at the very least 10 of them, I would say I can definitively say I am big fans of them, to the point where I think each and every one of them could be like the top person in their own right. I think there's especially a couple that I think if I was to do a ranking, putting one of them at number one would be very, very hard, because there's a good couple that I absolutely adore. And we'll get into that as we go. And there's also wrestlers here that I feel that, in just a personal way, I think that there'll be a couple that I wish had more in some ways, and maybe that's the sort of reason why I favor towards them, because I think they are extremely talented and probably didn't get what they probably deserved, or maybe a bit later in their careers maybe they did and stuff like that. But every single one of them has had a moment where I'm like, I think this person is incredible, and I think they are amazing at what they do.
Yeah, it's a tough industry. You know, you've got things like injuries and bad booking and timing.
Yes.
Timing, especially in wrestling, is so important. You have to be there at the right place at the right time. There's a lot of instances of guys being really talented but not being not being in the right place at the right time, and that can really sabotage their career. Or, you know, there's outside influences that make things difficult. Like, let's say you have the wrong body type in the wrong era. That's definitely happened before. You know, you think about some of the, I guess, the lighter, you know, heavyweight guys during the 80s wouldn't have gotten much attention on American TV, especially in the Fed. Maybe in the South, but that's, even then, that's still, you're still asking for a lot. But, you know, it's a very, very complex thing. But I guess we can still say, hey, we appreciate these people for their talents and what they brought to the screen when we watch them. Or in the case of some of them, when we watch them live, what we got out of that. Because sometimes even seeing a wrestler live once can really change your perspective on them. And there's actually one person on this list who I was always a big fan of and always really admired their career, but it was after I saw them live that one time that it added something really extra to my thoughts about them, and I've always held on to that experience. And I think that is also a part of it. And if there's anyone watching who's only ever watched the TV and have never seen them live, I think there is a value in, if you can afford it, going out to see a show when it's around, because you do get a very different experience and it's a lot more honest, and there's something about seeing the actual people in front of your eyes that changes the way you view it. And I definitely think I have a lot more respect for the industry and the people in it after I saw it live. Because it's not like a TV show anymore where you're watching fictional characters. When you see them in person, you see the actual humans behind them. And that, to me, is really special about this whole art form. And it's, you know, as I've said before, it's, whilst it's kayfabe sport simulation and it's a narrative, it's also a stage performance as well. Anyway, with all that gobbledygook out the way, shall we start talking about our 25 favorite wrestlers?
I guess we shall.
Right, I'm going to start. I'm going to start with someone who unfortunately passed away earlier this year. But he has one of the most impressive and legendary careers I think there's ever been in this business. And that is Terry Funk, the hardcore legend who debuted, I think it was 1965, and wrestled all the way up to 2017. Which, for any of you Doctor Who fans out there, that's like debuting when Hartnell's the Doctor and retiring when Jodie's the Doctor. Which is
fucking crazy.
That's absolutely ridiculous. All of that time to be landing on your back on a hard mat is, I mean, it's no wonder that in his last sort of 5 to 10 years he was just in constant pain after having taken all of that. Because, you know, wrestlers have a bump card, and when that expires they know it's time to retire, but Terry Funk is someone who never retired, and he just continued way past that. And despite the fact that his body had clearly reached its limit, he still kept going, and he still was able to put on great shows. Because it's interesting how someone can debut in their 20s in the 1960s and then go all the way to the mid-90s 30 years later, and then they hit their peak in ECW, which is just absolutely insane. Yeah, so what I think really sets Terry Funk apart from his peers during his era, and I think especially a good comparison to make, is his brother Dory Funk Jr. Because Dory Funk Jr. could not be more different from Terry Funk. He's still obviously legendary, but Dory Funk Jr. was very much of his time. He was a long-reigning NWA World Champion in the 70s, and he very much embodied that style. Whereas Terry Funk always stood out, and because he was very before his time, whilst Dory Funk represented the order and the tradition of wrestling, Terry Funk represented the progression and the chaos of wrestling. He was always a wild card, and he drew a lot of eyes and attention during that time because people would see him at shows and he would be so different to everyone else. Even though when he first started in the 60s and in the early 70s and all that, he was, you know, very much built on a very traditional style of pre-television wrestling in that southern territory. There were character nuances that Funk added to his his arsenal that really made the crowd want to see him and want to see him win. But also on top of that, what's fascinating is that he was world champion. I think it was in the late 70s. But the funny part is that, you know, you think when a wrestler becomes world champion, that's when they hit the peak of their career. But he actually didn't even hit his peak until way after that. Because he got good enough to be world champion in the 70s, but when he got to the 80s, he got even better than that, and he just became this really, really intense lunatic. And there's a lot of wrestlers that have come since that are really popular that are inspired by that side of Terry Funk, like Mick Foley, like John Moxley. You know, a lot of the hardcore legends in ECW were very inspired by Terry Funk. And what made Terry Funk so special is he was doing it in an era where that was not the norm, where that sort of counterculture and that sort of rabid dog persona was something that you barely ever saw. And it was so upsetting during the sort of conservative era of wrestling, you know, where it was all very much based on moral values and eat your vitamins, say your prayers and all that. And there's a couple of instances that really show this. So firstly, there's that interview in WWE where you've got Terry Funk, you've got Vince McMahon, and you've got Tony Garea, who's actually from New Zealand. And Terry Funk notices that the waitress at the bar is flirting with Tony Garea because he's quite a handsome man. Tony Garea is kind of more traditional wrestler, like very sort of upstanding moral babyface, big muscular frame. You know, sort of what you'd expect from the time. And Funk, being the insecure lunatic he is, decided to beat the shit out of Tony Garea in the bar just because the female waitress that Terry Funk fancied was flirting with him instead of Terry, which just kind of shows the kind of heel character he was playing and the sort of... There's so many layers to that character, which is, again, in 1980s WWF and in an era where a lot of characters were very in your face. This is something where you have a character who, the way he reacts to situations are very... There's a lot of thought put into that from his side. And then one of his most legendary moments was after Clash of the Champions when Ric Flair defended his belt. Terry Funk interviewed him, and then it's one of those really unexpected moments where the interviewer starts to get involved, because Funk was there throughout the show just to interview in his tuxedo, and you think, oh, okay, so he's not here to compete, he's just there to be an interviewer and just sort of be around the show as a figurehead. And then he unexpectedly at the end of the show starts to beat up Ric Flair because he starts beefing with him, and that lunatic comes out again, and there's this famous moment where he pile drives him on, you know, a wooden table. And then back then table spots were not something that you saw often, but when Terry Funk did it, it was special. And, you know, people genuinely thought, holy shit, is Ric Flair's neck broken? Is he going to go to hospital? Does he have to vacate the title? Like, is he going to die? Like, there's a lot of kayfabe around that time that supports it. And then on top of that, he's also one of those guys where as time went on, his style in the ring evolved. So he had that very traditional old school Southern style, but as he started to travel around territories, he just gained all these different things to his moveset and his sort of way of telling stories. And when he got to the 80s with, like, you know, the NWA and then eventually ECW in the 90s especially, he started to add more sort of violent aspects. And also when he wrestled in Japan as well, he added a lot of violence to his moveset. But just the way... This is something that you see a lot from people that are big fans of Terry Funk. I mean, I know that Eddie Kingston has often said that Terry Funk's the GOAT. But something that someone like Eddie Kingston and like Mick Foley and like Terry Funk, what they all have in common is they're all able to make you believe that the match you're watching is real, even though you know it's not. It's that immersive quality to the storytelling, but also to the violence itself. And what Terry Funk also is very good at is he's able to, as a babyface, make you desperately want to see him win, and as a heel, make you desperately want to see him lose, which is, I think, in some areas of wrestling is a lost art. But when you see guys that, you know, that are inspired by Terry Funk, like Eddie Kingston, like CM Punk, like Jon Moxley, like Mick Foley, they all had the same thing of desperately making you want to see them win if they're a babyface, or desperately want to make you see them lose if they're a heel. And that is something that Terry Funk was very good at. And as Cody said after Terry Funk passed on that SmackDown tribute, you know, 30 years into his career, he led a revolution, which was ECW. And he had some of his best years with his promos and his matches in ECW, with those hardcore matches. You know, in his 50s, putting on these kind of performances, like, it's unbelievable, his career. And then to then go on into the 2000s, competing in Ring of Honor, like, in his 60s, to go into 2017, like, it's just remarkable what kind of career this guy's had, the kind of beatings he took, the amount of damage he put on his body, and the amount of love and passion he had for the industry and the fans. I don't think there's many people in this industry where you could look at their career as a whole and say it compares to Terry Funk's, because he's done everything. He's been in every major company you could think of. He's wrestled all the big stars from all eras he had competed in at the times he was there. He has some of the most compelling in-ring performances, as well as some of the most believable and unhinged promos. And he really was a standout and a pioneer of his time. And I just think that there's really something to be said about that, because not only can you look through all of his history and look at all these matches he had during different eras he was in the business, and you look at them and he's really great at what he does in all of them, but also what you can notice is you can see how different he is compared to them. When you look at matches that are 10 years apart from each other, 20 years apart, 30 years apart, it's like a whole different person with that sort of same core there of it being Terry Funk. You know, and it's just, he was there for so many parts of this business's history, and I think, and he really succeeded at all of them. And also, he had the thing that they all want, and that is he remained over for every single stage of his career, and it never slumped. He was always a draw, he was always popular, and he always got a pop from the crowd. So I don't see how anyone could fault him for that. And yeah, that's why I think Terry Funk is one of the GOATs, and why he's my first pick for the 25 favorite wrestlers. All right, Mr. Callum, who is your first choice?
My first choice, I think we can go for I'll go for a nice, pretty, I guess, recent one in the last year or so. Eddie Kingston.
Oh yeah,
he's
in my honorable mentions.
He's easily one of the best promos, I think, in terms of just believability in delivery that I think I've ever seen. I think there's an element of realness to it. You can tell with Eddie. He's obviously someone who has struggled a lot in life and has gone through a lot, as he sort of talks about with his own character and how he sort of talks about it in interviews and such. He is one of the best promos in the business, and is very much someone who is easily like lovable in the sense of how he portrays himself as a character in both his promos and matches. I think probably my favorite match from Eddie is definitely his match with Punk quite easily in terms of how it's quite such a small build. It was like a weeks long build, and all it was like, I don't like you, let's fight. And the promos the two had, I think, were one promo on Rampage was pretty darn excellent.
It's my
he's also just a great.
It's possibly my favorite ever moment on Rampage.
That's probably when Rampage really kind of peaked, when something significant happened on it. But he's also a great wrestler. He brings along that sort of emotional connection that that is quite rare with some wrestlers, other than probably like a couple that we will probably get to in these discussions. But in matches, he always does such a great job in selling moments and selling growth and selling, being such a underdog in so many ways. And I think with Eddie as well, he is someone that I feel like in AEW for a couple years, like these last 2 years until recently, has been slightly underutilized, because I think Eddie is such a character, like I mentioned, and I feel like booking wise, he is someone that has done the best with what he's given, and I think is now getting what he probably rightfully deserves from a effort standpoint. And I'm glad he's finally be able to, win a world championship. Ring of Honor in 2023, sure, but even so. And I hope in the next couple of years, hopefully he gets to have one big program in the main event, and something that akin to something like Daniel Bryan in a way, that sort of wanting to be wanting all the crowd and the fans wanting him to be on top so badly that you can build such an emotional story out of it with Eddie in a different way, because he's a character who has gone through a lot. That promo he had with Moxley very early on in his AEW run it's top tier in terms of building a story between two people who are quite close. Yeah, I love Eddie, and I think he's so, like he says, he doesn't love everybody, and he's only friends with very much certain people. But he's such a good worker, and anytime he's on screen, I very much am always drawn to him whenever he does anything, whether it's a promo or a match. He is very much a focus point for me, and I think he does such a great job with what he's given. And yeah, I want more for him. I think he deserves a bit more, and I hope in the coming couple years he's able to get opportunities to showcase what kind of quality matches and quality promos he can give, because I remember that promo he cut, I think it was in Progress, I'm not sure, but that promo he cut on wrestlers who would go to NXT while he was at home broke, and that sort of vigor and intense hatred that the character would have, I think is very rare to have someone who can make you feel in that way.
Yeah, especially because he was a performance center trainer, so he's seen it.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, he's a very lovable wrestler in a lot of ways because of his flaws as a character. And yeah, him at All In, I think, was one of my highlights of the night when I went to All In. Just the absolute madness of that match with Eddie was, and him flipping off Moxley at the end of that match was the icing on the cake. Yeah, so yeah, Eddie easily one of my favorites in the modern days.
Yeah, every promo he cuts is must-see TV.
Mm-hmm.
And there's all those memes online where they say, "Does Eddie Kingston know this is not a shoot?" because he's so believable. He makes you believe he actually thinks the things he says, which is rare. It's rare for you to actually believe a wrestler is going, is shooting from the hip all the time. And I don't mean that in the sense of a, like you talked in the overrated wrestlers video about those Cena promos where he's always, shooty and burying his opponents. I don't mean it like that in terms of breaking the fourth wall. I mean as in his character is who he actually is. It's like he stepped into this fictional world and didn't change anything about him. A lot of people can really identify with Eddie because he feels like a real person that goes through actual struggles. And he's been through a lot in his life. He's seen his friends die on the street. That's really traumatic. He's gouged guys' eyes out of survival. And he said before, like, I should be in jail and yet here I am holding 2 major wrestling championships on TV. And you understand why he's so emotional. And like his insecurities and how he pushes people away and how he has had substance abuse issues, suicide issues. Like there's so much to him as a person. Yeah, he really is a special talent. And as I said, one of his biggest idols was Terry Funk, and they both had that thing in common of making you believe the things they say and do. And when you watch their matches, they feel like a fight. It doesn't feel like a rehearsed, choreographed dance. It feels like Eddie Kingston is getting in there to beat the shit out of his opponent. And he's also able to get over finishing moves that are the most simple things, like a spinning back fist or a power bomb, which is very similar to Gunther. And also there's that like sort of that submission hold he does where he cranks your arm around your shoulder. It's like the most simple Japanese martial arts moves, but people are invested in him and they cheer when he does it. And also the fact that he has beef with every single person in AEW is just the funniest thing ever. He's just like, the next time I walk around a corner, there's a new asshole in my way. Yeah, Eddie is a gem, and the wrestling industry needs people like him. I think it is a truly wonderful thing that Tony Khan put a guy like that on TV, because traditionally guys like that don't get to be on TV because he doesn't represent a role model. But what he is he's a relatable person who's been through a lot, and a lot of people can identify with his struggles. Because it's not a case of seeing someone on TV and being like, I wish I was like that person. It's seeing someone on TV and going, holy shit, that is who I am, and I feel for him because of that. Right. Is it my time for number 2? Well, you mentioned him before, and I was going to mention him as I mentioned Terry Funk earlier, someone who is a big fan of Terry Funk, and someone who I imagine is on your list, so we'll probably snap on this one, and that is CM Punk.
Snap.
Yeah.
I was going to say that for later, but I guess I should probably reveal it now. Yeah, got the shirt on. Just to represent it just slightly.
Just in case you forgot. Yeah, so as someone who started watching wrestling around the time that CM Punk was getting into sort of the main event, like I started watching weekly TV in the sort of like the time when he first turned heel in WWE, when he had that feud with Jeff. Punk was always someone that stood out to me, in front of everyone else around him. No matter what he was doing, no matter where he was in the card, there was something about him that was different, and that has only become more and more prevalent over time, because he is one of those generational talents to where literally a multi-billionaire put a whole show on TV because of him. AEW Collision is a product that exists because of CM Punk. Without CM Punk, that show never happens. And we're talking about counterculture, talking about someone being before his time. Punk represents everything that is the opposite of what was really irritating about wrestling in you know, that sort of late 2000s, early 2010s period of time when there was so much, especially in the WWE, when the WWE had the monopoly of the TV wrestling in the world, and mainly the United States. When you see CM Punk in those shows around that time, everything about him is opposite to what the product is, and that's really, really important. Because as much as you hear all these things about how Vince never saw him as the guy because he was just too different, having a guy like CM Punk is so important, because alternatives is what creates that magic in this business. And you can't have what they wanted around that time. You can't have 20 Randy Ortons, you can't have 20 John Cenas. That is not what wrestling is about. What CM Punk represents is the polar opposite of what those guys are. You know, in a time period where culture is all based around instant gratification, when you have, especially in the country I live in, you have a lot of young adults that are into binge drinking, that take drugs because of stress or because of peer pressure or because of, you know, family issues or because of just the party culture that exists. Having someone like CM Punk, who is straight edge, who represents everything that is opposite to what this culture is, makes him really special. And because it's that the one thing that carries throughout all of his career, whether that be in Ring of Honor or WWE or AEW or even UFC, what makes CM Punk special is that he has a set of beliefs that are different to everyone else's, and he sticks to them and he is confident in them. It's that promo he cuts on the first episode of Collision of saying, "Why would I change when everything about me being different to what other people want is what makes me who I am. The reason why he has the last name Punk is because he is one. He is that, you know, that counterculture thing. He is that person, that wild card, that loose cannon, that bucks the trend. He is that person who challenges everything that you think wrestling is." And especially given the fact that he's inspired by guys like Terry Funk, like Roddy Piper, like Stone Cold Steve Austin, like Mick Foley, like Eddie Guerrero, all people who are exactly that. They challenge the status quo. CM Punk fits exactly into that category. He has some of the best promos the business has ever seen. He has some of the best matches the business has ever seen. Despite the fact that he's not actually a great athlete, he's able to tell stories in the ring without having to be a great athlete. You know, there's a lot of his trainers would say that Punk, the way he moves around, it's like he's got lead in his ass because he's so heavy despite not being a big guy. But what he has is, he obviously has cardio endurance, but he also has a very, very intelligent brain. Another inspiration for him being Bret Hart, who's, I think he said, is his favorite wrestler. You notice a lot of his AEW career, he was tributing to Bret Hart. He's also a big fan of Randy Savage as well. All of these people are such pioneers of their time, and Punk is exactly like that. The pipe bomb promo is famous. It still reigns true to this day. Things he said in that promo still exist. The corruption within the sort of capitalistic nature of the business, the McMahon-isms, the sort of the issue with having a product like the WWE as your flagship and as a dominant force. It creates the idea that wrestling can only be one thing. What CM Punk represents is an alternative, which made him so special within WWE. And there's so many moments where he goes up against guys who are generational talents, who are, you know, staples of the industry, and he wipes the floor with them. One of the most famous examples of that being his promo with The Rock, the "Your arms are too short to box with God" promo, where you have a guy who is often seen as one of, if not the greatest talkers in the business, and CM Punk gets in there with him and makes The Rock speechless. And then his feuds are often really unique because he has a lot of creative input. The entire Straight Edge Society angle was his idea. He wrote for himself 3 months of TV, and Vince let him put it on SmackDown. His feuds, like in Ring of Honor with Samoa Joe, are legendary, with Jeff Hardy, with John Cena, with Bryan Danielson, and especially in AEW with guys like Eddie Kingston and MJF. There's so much to look at there and see the just consistent quality of his output, and the fact that he nearly got fired from the company and Paul Heyman had to stick up for him and had to say, hey, this guy is money. And it paid off in such a big way. It's interesting because a lot of CM Punk's attitude towards his career is defined by the idea that he never main evented WrestleMania. But I almost wonder that is actually part of what makes him so special, is the fact that he isn't that guy. And it's that I was never chosen to be in that spot that makes him what he is and who he is. And I do hope that we haven't seen the end of his career, because I think he still has a lot of potential to continue and tell more stories. He's one of the most unique talents I've ever seen. He's one of the best talkers I've ever seen. One of the best in-ring storytellers I've ever seen. And as he says in the pipe bomb, he's one of the best color commentators I've ever seen as well. He's also really funny too. He's able to make these really... Yeah, he's by far the highlight of the season 3 of NXT, the game show, like with the female wrestlers, because a lot of the company really shit on that brand at that time. But he was actually a really entertaining commentator in late 2010. And that whole thing of, you spilled my diet soda, John Cena. Like that, just like little things like that. Yeah, he's a very special talent, and I think the divisive nature of him and the fact that fans are so extreme about him is only really a byproduct of who he is, because he is that way by design. And I definitely fall on the being a fan of side of him. I don't condone all of his actions. I don't support everything he says and does. I think he has issues. But as an artist, and as a storyteller, and as a charismatic force on TV, as a cult of personality, he is really unmatched in a lot of categories. And he's, no matter the fact that he's got a lot of controversial things around him, he's so talented. And that's why he's one of my favorites of all time, which is why he's my second choice.
Yeah, I echo pretty much all of that. Getting to see his last match at AEW, not knowing it at the time until I walked out of the stadium, is kind of crazy to me. And he went out with an absolute banger of a match. Punk, when I started watching wrestling in 2014, and by that point Punk had already left, and he would have only just about to do the famous podcast with Colt Cabana explaining everything that happened.
And then the UFC appearance that he had, the surprise, like, I'm in UFC now.
Yeah. When I first started watching wrestling, and I went back and learned about so much that has happened over the years, when I got to, because one of my first big things that I learned, like first couple months after I first started watching on a consistent basis, I got to see his run in 2011, Money in the Bank, and his feud with Cena, and pretty much always matches with him through to their one-on-one match on Raw in 2013 to face The Rock at Mania. And that's where I sort of fell in love with Punk as a wrestler, talker, and storyteller. And the storytelling part I really yearned for as the coming years went on and on, and would ever wrestle again, whether he would ever return in any capacity again. I never got to be in those moments and witness Punk week after week cutting promos, having matches, telling interesting stories, and being, like you say, this cult of personality. So when years go by and years and years go by of poor booking on WWE, the introduction of AEW and the potential of him coming back possibly, to then when the rumors started coming up that he was actually going to go to AEW, and getting to, with you, witness his debut on Rampage, and he cut that, probably what is one of my all-time favorite promos in wrestling, just for the sheer weight of everything that have built up to that moment. It is something I will definitely never forget. And then not only that, he actually lived up, in my opinion, he lived up to that weight and expectation of what a modern day CM Punk would look like in today's wrestling. And I think from that moment, from All Out to Revolution in those 6 months, is probably the height, definitely close to top or second, of my favorite times in watching wrestling. His matches with MJF, his matches with fucking the Shawn Spears, you got all the matches with, you know, Hobbs, you've got his feud with the Team Taz, you've got every single week facing off against MJF in some way, whether it be in promos, whether it be those 2 matches that they had, whether it be, you know, the matches he would have with Dax Harwood. Those were some of my favorite times to be a wrestling fan, and it culminating in what I would probably say was, for me, my favorite storyline in all of wrestling, and probably one of the best booked storylines in all of wrestling, which was obviously the CM Punk MJF feud. I've not been more emotionally invested in the feud since. There have been a couple of close ones, I think, in terms of consistently told stories. But the idea of an MJF CM Punk feud, we were all talking about it at the time, the possibilities of that. And they managed to tell such a complex and thought-provoking and consistently well-told story for those 4 months. And it culminating in their dog collar match, which I think is, for me personally, it's probably my favorite match in AEW, that dog collar match. Because not only do you have the amazing stuff with the 2, but you also get the stuff with Wardlow, which is actually kind of weirdly forgotten about because of how poorly they booked him post that. But watching that match is probably my favorite time in wrestling, and Punk is a big part of that. You can never deny how Punk can just grab a hold of you, whether you like him or you dislike him. There is something about him, the idea of CM Punk and the person CM Punk, that I think is so easily to draw to in wrestling because of who he is. And I personally wouldn't change that in any way. It is obviously a shame what happened at the end of his run, because when he even came back after Brawl Out, I generally think we were going to witness something very, very special with the Real World Championship and a potential 3rd match with MJF. And it's very sad that we're never going to get that. I generally don't think we are going to ever get that match again, in at very least AEW, that is, which is a big shame. But despite all that,
the 3-month period, like the first 3 or 4 months, I can't remember how long it lasted, but those first few months of AEW Collision when not only CM Punk was a star on the show, but he was also booking the show as well. He was one of the people booking the show.
It was like 6 to 8 weeks of Collision being such this different show in so many ways, and it's trying new things. And
it started. That run started like a couple of weeks before Forbidden Door, I think, and then
yes,
it ended. That run obviously ended right after All In. And that period of time from I guess when was Forbidden Door? I guess it was May, something like that, or June. It was like May or June.
Yeah, it would have been. Yeah, it would have been around then.
Up until the end of August, so it was probably like a 3-month run. It's like one of my favorite bits of wrestling product I've seen. Because not only was he great in his own right, but his ideas for other wrestlers that aren't related to him made for great television. And it made for not only great television, but it made for an alternative to Dynamite, something that was very different to what AEW was known for. Because interestingly, at first, in 2019, what made Dynamite so great is it was so different to WWE. It was an alternative to WWE. And then by the time you get to 2023... now you have Collision, which is an alternative to Dynamite itself. And that period of that 3 months leading into All In was a very special time to be a fan. Because you had two distinctly different shows, one defined by the vision of All In by the Elite and Cody and all that. That's what Dynamite really is, the heart and soul of that product. And then on top of that, you also have Collision, which is very much based in that CM Punk's vision that's very shared by people like Bryan Danielson and FTR and all those people surrounding that brand. It was very special. It shows the kind of creative mind he has for storytelling. And obviously that translates to other things. He's an actor as well. He's a comic book writer. He's a very talented individual.
Yes. And obviously his matches in WWE, obviously John Cena, Undertaker, Mania. He's always been such a consistent performer in all regards, and yeah, there's just something about him that I think every wrestling fan can admit that you can't help be drawn to him in some way. And if he does go back to WWE, if by this time that this is going to come out a month after Survivor Series, so by that time we'll know if Punk is in WWE. At this point, but obviously speaking, this is before Survivor Series aired. If he does go back to WWE, man, oh man, the potential there for a proper run to even rival his first couple of months in AEW. There is a lot of potential to be told a very compelling story about Punk and his resentment for the company. That I think would be must-see television, and in some ways, it's sort of the run we've all wanted for now nearly 10 years. We're getting up to 10 years since he was last in WWE, which is crazy to think about. Yeah, if he does, oh boy. But if he doesn't, that'll obviously be up to him, and I'll be able to live with that. I'm glad we got at least one last CM Punk modern day run.
Yeah, and you mentioned matches. That match he had with Brock at SummerSlam 2013 is an all-timer.
That is awesome, wasn't it?
Jesus Christ, what a match.
Yeah.
What a story as well.
The fact
like,
that he was,
the two
at that point in time, he was probably so fed up with the company at that point, yet at that point he was still putting out. That's his probably last I am one of the best fucking wrestlers in the world, and I'm going to absolutely prove it.
Well, it wasn't
at that point when he was losing his love for it as well.
Well, it was soon after that he started to get really hurt, and a lot of his matches started to slump. Not massively, he was still entertaining, but when you got those feuds like Curtis Axel and Ryback and the Shield and Kane, that's when it started to get really rough for him. When he got that staph infection and he shit his pants on TV. But yeah, that match with Brock is an all-timer. Oh, there's a lot of great matches. The match he had with Bryan Over the Limit, for some reason, didn't main event because Cena vs. Laurinaitis was the main event. The street fight with Jericho at Extreme Rules was a great match. Yeah, he had a lot of classics. Obviously, Money in the Bank with Cena is a famous match. The match you have on Raw before WrestleMania with Cena as well. The match.
Yeah, I mentioned that. Yeah,
the match with the pile driver. Yeah.
Yeah.
That's a great one.
But yeah, Punk is a once in a lifetime pro wrestler, in my opinion.
Yep.
I don't think there's anybody now that's anything close to like him.
Yep. Yeah, and then I would also shout out his match with Wardlow and Dynamite is a great one. Very similar to Bret versus Diesel. I mean, he's a big Bret Hart fan. Also, that match in late 2021, that 6-man tag where it was MJF and FTR, and it was CM Punk with Sting and Darby Allin, and Punk was wearing the Surfer Sting paint. That was such a great match.
You can tell that sort of run between him debuting and Revolution was definitely the height of like his happiness in wrestling.
Yeah, and even though there was that controversial Hangman promo before the pay-per-view, that I saw it shared on Twitter the other day, or X, whatever I want to call it, but that moment when he wins the AEW World Championship and he just sits in the ring and just about cries, it's a very, very powerful scene. Because it's this thing that, you know, he lost his last World Championship to The Rock after he had that 434-day reign, which arguably he shouldn't have lost to The Rock. But
should have been a triple threat. They would have made so much fucking money, and Punk would probably still maybe he would have left by now, but he might still have been with the company by now if they just gave him that main event. Triple threat. Because that is absolutely, at that time, that would have been the absolute money match, to have a triple threat between The Rock, John Cena, and CM Punk. Holy shit, what a match that could have been in terms of story.
It's like the good, the bad, and the ugly. You know?
There's so much potential with that alone. With all those three of those characters. But concerning how good John and Punk were together, they had such great chemistry, both on the mic and in the ring.
It's because they are yin and yang. They are so polar opposite to each other,
and they attract. Yeah, and it's
because
I think in terms of like wrestling chemistry, it's one of the most, probably when you look at it, it's probably one of the most surprising partnerships you see in a wrestling ring in a way.
Well, it's also funny because they're both very awkward athletes, and yet they tell really good stories.
They tell really that. Yeah, Money in the Bank is another one of my all-time favorite matches, but that's no shocker to anybody. Yeah. Punk is great. Despite all his flaws, and like you said, I don't agree with everything he does and everything he says, but I believe in what he stands for as a person.
Yeah, definitely. And the fact that his last moment in AEW is standing up for trans rights is pretty based.
Yep, very based. Him going out with the biggest X-World Championship was
in one of the biggest shows of all time, with one of the biggest attendances in one of the most famous stadiums. That's pretty incredible. Yeah, I would love to have seen the alternative universe where we see the real world's champion storyline play out.
Yeah, that would have been. Yeah, but hey, Real Glass, Cry Me a River. Looking back, that moment is just so fucking funny.
Yeah, it's on the bloody pre-show as well.
Yep. Ooh, okay, no.
Anyway, so we snapped. So I guess it's time for your third choice.
Yeah. All right, let's go a bit more. Let's go a bit more, I guess, traditional. Very fitting, I say. Look at that. Another one on my list. Walter/Gunter.
Also on my honorable mentions.
Let's go. Going to a watch party and seeing Walter/Gunter have an absolute bang of a match with Sheamus really made me fall in love with Walter. I knew how good he was before. At that point in time, because of the pandemic wrestling and not watching a lot of his matches beforehand anyway, I never really got to experience a match of that high quality involving Gunter. So, and I wasn't really watching WWE that consistently at that point. It was sort of half and half. I was watching, but mostly I was watching AEW at that time, because that was end of 2021, or was that end? No, that was end of last year, 2022. So I was mainly watching AEW at that point.
I mean, near the end of 2021 was when he got transferred from NXT UK to NXT 2.0.
Yes, so I wasn't even watching NXT at that point, definitely. But when he faced off against Sheamus at Clash of the Castle, I truly fell in love with Walter. And ever since then, he's been one of my favorite parts in terms of in-ring in wrestling at the moment. Every match he has, no matter who it's against, doesn't matter who it is, he will have one of the best matches on the show. And it's such a... You mentioned earlier, I think, about Eddie Kingston, how he wins moves with just normal stuff that look really hard and brutal. Gunter has like 5 finishes and it feels completely right. He will either win with a powerbomb, he'll win with a clothesline, he could even win maybe with a massive chop from someone diving off the top rope.
Yeah,
he is one of the most complete athletes in wrestling right now.
He beat Tommaso Ciampa with a chop. Like, he just chopped him in the chest and pinned him. And The Miz loves to say is that he made the IC title relevant. And in some ways, in 2016, however long that was, 7 years ago, Walter has not made it only relevant, he has made it respected in such a way that whoever beats him, as long as the booking is at the very least decent, you have made someone who can easily be deemed a main eventer in some ways. Because I feel like Walter is already on that main event level. And that's how much good work he's done with the belt and this run he's had. He is easily, for me, and maybe obviously looking back, I think we'll all agree with this, because I think he's had one of the best runs with a title anyone's ever had. He is easily the best Intercontinental Champion ever, because of the quality of matches he has. It's the pure work rate belt, and Walter absolutely personifies that. He just has absolute banger after banger after banger match of everybody he's had with Sheamus, Drew. The Triple Threat at Mania is probably the best match. I think that was on night 2. I think was it on night 2 or night 1. I can't remember. Night 2.
I think it was night 2. Yeah, best match on night 2 easily. And the day he loses the IC belt is when he immediately needs to go for the World Championship. And yeah, he's on Raw, so he should instantly be going for the World Heavyweight Championship. Whoever is the champion at the time, whether it's Seth or whether it's someone else, by the time he loses the belt, he needs to instantly go into the world title picture and win the belt. Because a world title reign with Gunter is something I need desperately. Because the amount of matches he can have with Drew again, with Seth, with Damian Priest, Finn Balor, fucking so many matches he can have, and
Brock Lesnar
bangers. Brock Lesnar is a match we absolutely need to see before Brock retires. Absolutely, it'll be absolute shame if we never get that match.
I know they're
a main stage.
I know they're both heels at the moment, but I'd love to see a Gunther versus Roman Reigns match.
Absolutely. At least one. Well, I imagine they're both going to be in the company for at least another couple more years. So hopefully we can get that match at some point in the next couple of years. Yeah, I just love him. In terms of just pure wrestling and wrestling psychology, he is absolutely fantastic. He's such a hard hitter, but such a, as the gimmick name would say, ring general. He is absolutely the personification of that. And yeah, he has had such amazing matches with like Tyler Bate, Dragunov. There's not enough praise in terms of in-ring work, you can say. And the fact that he was so good when he was like bigger than he is in terms of weight and like look speaks volume to how talented he is. But now he has that perfect look of looking absolutely incredible and being absolutely brutal in the ring. Yeah, he has absolutely bangers after bangers with anybody. Like he had an absolute like 5-star classic with Mustafa Ali months before he was released by the company, but and it was the most random title defense ever on Night of Champions. But
I think one of the biggest missed opportunities that I wish we had is Gunther versus Keith Lee.
Yeah, that was a massive miss.
That would have been a spectacle.
Well, maybe Keith will one day go back to the big Fed.
Well, he could, but
I wouldn't be.
He could do that, but he's definitely past his prime. It's not going to be the same. If this was like Gunther versus Keith Lee in 2020, then you'd have something.
Oh boy, yeah. Yeah. But yeah, Walter / Gunther, easily one of my favorite wrestlers at the moment.
Yep. Yeah, I mean, he was in my honorable mentions. I was thinking about putting him on, but then I think the only thing he doesn't stand out with is promos, I think. He's not a bad promo, I just think that it's not his strong suit. He's more of he definitely has an interesting character, though, I will say that. The idea of being the ring general and that the mat is sacred and he treats it like a legit sport is very in contrast to a lot of wrestlers in WWE, so I think that provides something. Interestingly, it's a traditional alternative as opposed to a radical alternative. And you know, in the era of like 1,000 kickouts and 1,000 super kicks, Gunther represents the most simplistic form of violence. God, imagine, I know Gunther's probably never going to be in AEW, but imagine like a Gunther versus Kenny Omega match. Like that clash of two very different styles could be quite special. Or like Gunther versus Bryan Danielson. Oh. Anyway, so we mentioned CM Punk earlier. My third pick, who I think you will probably snap with most likely, is someone who was a big fan of CM Punk at least one point in time in kayfabe, and is one of CM Punk's greatest feuds, and that is MJF.
Yeah, snap. Easy snap.
Yep. Yeah, he's my favorite wrestler from this decade, the 2020s. And we're only like 4 years into it. But MJF is, when he says he's a generational talent, like it's actually a shoot, because he is a generational talent. There's things that he does that are so different to everyone else around him because he's able to make anything get over. The most simple things get over. He has one of the most fascinating stories. I think the Punk feud definitely explored a lot of that, but it's also been explored in other feuds as well. You know, his feud with Darby Allin, his feud with William Regal and the Blackpool Combat Club, his feud with the Pillars, his feud with the sort of the fact that he was known for so many years as the most pure heel in the business, the way that he would always stay in character in interviews outside of his job, the way that he wanted everyone to go to sleep at night thinking, I hate that guy, fuck him. He wanted that. He wanted you to actually legitimately hate him. And he was doing that character long before AEW, but AEW's when it got brought to the international sort of TV stage. But the way he was slowly built up as sort of the understudy of Cody, then turned on him, and the way that he was slowly built up over a couple of years, and by the time you get to his feud with Darby Allin and with CM Punk, people started to realize actually this guy's like main event level, because not only is he one of the best promos of this generation, but he's also one of the best in-ring workers as well. He has banger match after banger match after banger match. He works a very old school style. A lot of it is inspired by Mid-South. His promos are very inspired by Roddy Piper and Ric Flair. But he has a uniqueness to him that is also distinct as well, in the sense that he has a very interesting history, much like Eddie Kingston. He has a very damaged history that it gives him a reason for why he was a heel. He wasn't a villain for the sake of needing to have one. There's an actual history to how he ended up being so insecure and having this desperate need for people to hate him because of his rejection sensitivity disorder, because of his ADD, because of his insecurities. He has this really, really low self-esteem as a character and as a person. So when people give him a compliment, he doesn't believe you. You know, he feels insulted when you give him a compliment because he feels like he's being lied to. And, you know, when he walks out of a room, within 2 minutes, you think, man, those people back there, they really fucking hate me. It's a really damaged perspective. And the fact that it ties into his feuds, like with CM Punk, how he says, you quitting wrestling left a mark on me, is such a genius way of incorporating the collateral damage to what a wrestler's career decisions are. And the way that he would use and abuse people like Wardlow and FTR and all that, informing their babyface turns and whatnot. The way that he was a chosen pillar by Tony Khan for AEW, the way he was recognized as that. The things like the diamond ring being such a big part of his persona. And his sense of humor, the fact that he has such a unfiltered sense of humor. It makes him a great heel, but it also makes him really funny as well. And the level of desperate need he has for his title, his world championship, makes the title feel really important, because it's like his sanity and his livelihood depends on him being champion. Now that he has it, he becomes codependent on things that make him feel like he's worth something in the world, after he's gone through a history of feeling like he was worth nothing. That he had quarters thrown at him because he's Jewish, the fact that he's been cheated on, the fact that he was in car accidents, the fact that he was bullied. There's so much to that. You know, the fact that this is real life, but the fact that his fiance dumped him is a massive part of his character and his real life persona. The fact that he says he's this unlovable person. The way that they give him this backstory to sort of help you see why this heel is a heel, and then to go ahead with this feud with Adam Cole that he had this year, which is one of the best storylines of 2023 by far, if not the best. To somehow manifest a babyface turn out of this character is quite remarkable. To use a person like Adam Cole, who saw the light and who in real life is one of the nicest guys in the industry, to transform this character into being a babyface who is still a scumbag, who sees himself for who he is, who feels like he can finally trust people around him, that he can really connect with the crowd. Like, it's so unique. I don't think I've ever seen a wrestler quite like MJF before, because he breaks new ground in a lot of ways. And the fact that he's become one of, in my opinion, the greatest of all time at 27 years old is quite something. And I feel like he's still got another 10, 15 years ahead of him, and he's only just going to get better and better and make more history. Yeah. From the first moment I ever saw MJF on my TV, he was one of my favorites. He's just so captivating. His ability to tell stories is second to none. His matches are top tier. The way he tells stories, his sense of humor, his character, his real life story, and just the relatability as well. There's so many things about him that I can identify with, like ADD, like RSD. Like, there's things that I've experienced in my life, not obviously as extreme, but there are, emotional core wounds that are very similar to the things that MJF talks about. And so I can really identify with him as a character because of that. And the fact that he got to main event one of the biggest wrestling shows of all time at Wembley Stadium shows how much faith AEW has put in him and how much he delivers when he's given the chance to. I think he is a talent that you cannot replicate, and he is an irreplaceable legend in the business and is only really getting started. So, yeah, nothing but good things to say about MJF for me.
Yeah. He is absolutely, without a doubt, my favorite wrestler of the last 5 years. From the moment of discovering him, when AEW first launched, from the first couple of weeks of Dynamite, watching his promos, he is absolutely one of my favorite talkers. Then you get to see him wrestle, and I think these last 2 years have just shown everyone just how talented this person is on every level, in just in-ring work, in terms of psychology, in terms of storytelling in the ring, and how to preserve himself in many ways in allowing him to tell these stories in long term. His feud with Adam Cole is my favorite feud of this year because it's such a basic story of can they coexist with such complex answer. And they managed to deliver it in such a way where it was the most satisfying thing to come out of it. To be able to be there at All In Wembley Stadium, and by that point, I was ready for the main event. At that point, I was ready to watch this match. To see both Adam Cole and MJF come into this match, which, on the face of it, for the largest probably pro wrestling event in history in terms of just attendance and scale of what this company has been trying to achieve. It's not a main event you'd probably think, yes, main event quality, Wembley, All In, MJF versus Adam Cole. But that just shows you the power of storytelling. And we've talked a lot about storytelling in all medias and how important it is, just how important storytelling can be to make something feel important, regardless of who's involved. Adam Cole versus MJF at Wembley at that point in time felt like the biggest thing in wrestling, easily for me. And they delivered a fantastic match, and with an ending that, whether they meant it or not, gave so much meaning to what friendship can mean. Because whether or not they set out to do this when they first started feuding, I have no idea. Maybe in a couple years' time, when they talk about it years from now, maybe we'll learn that if that was the case or not. But whether it was or not, my God, what an absolute beautiful story to tell in wrestling. Can they coexist? To then be told, yeah, they can. Despite everything, they absolutely can. Heartwarming. It generally was. It's that night in Wembley is will be a night that I never forget for the rest of my life. And MJF will most likely, in my opinion, in these next 10 years, but go down as probably the greatest wrestler of all time. Definitely in the conversation. There's no doubt about that in terms of just absolute output in both in-ring and storytelling. And the fact that, like you said, he's 27 and he's already achieved so much in just these last 4 years is fucking insane. It's so crazy. And I think he is single-handedly carrying the company right now, in my opinion, along with probably a couple other people. But there's no doubt, I think the face of AEW right now is MJF. And it's such a... they've managed to build an absolute star out of him, and that could also be done, and that's also definitely down to him, with his mind and this absolute drive to be probably the best. Yeah, MJF is what a talker, what a fucking wrestler, and I cannot wait to see what he does over the next couple of years, and the amount of incredible stories he could have, with Adam Cole, Swerve, Adam Page. I just want to see so much from him now over the next couple of years. The idea of him turning back heel and having to have that realization in his mind that because he let so many people in these next year or so, and that's when everything started to crumble down with him losing possibly both the tag titles and the world championship, is a story that I think is ripe to tell, and I look forward to that if they do. Yeah, he is a modern day great in every aspect for me.
100%. I just wish we'd gotten that third and final match with Punk with the real world's championship.
That would have been probably one of the most incredible story culminations in wrestling.
So we mentioned how someone who looked up to CM Punk was MJF. My next point is someone who CM Punk himself looked up to as an icon. It is Bret the Hitman Hart, who you mentioned how MJF carries AEW on his back at the moment. This is the guy who almost single-handedly, there's a couple of others which I'll get to later on this list who are also there for this period, but he carried the mid-90s WWF on his back. When you have what some people consider to be the worst era of wrestling, outside of ECW obviously, but in terms of WWE and WCW, especially 95, a lot of people are very negative about that period of time. I think there's a case to be made that the PG era is worse, but it depends on what you're talking about. But that New Gen era is definitely not one of the most successful periods, certainly business-wise. But one of the shining lights of the 90s is Bret Hart. He represents everything that is the opposite of what came before, because you look at Hulk Hogan, who was the biggest name of WWE in the 80s, and to some extent the early 90s, although that's a bit contentious, that period of time, because they were trying to find a replacement and they couldn't because the Ultimate Warrior was a bust. Go watch my overrated wrestlers video to hear me talk about the Ultimate Warrior. But while Hogan was larger than life and a superhero, Bret Hart is a relatable person. He is someone that feels like a real person. He doesn't cut these big, over-the-top comic book promos. He's not a big cartoon. Bret Hart is someone who, when he speaks like an actual human, and that makes him feel like, oh, I could actually be like this person. At least not necessarily as an athlete and as a technician, but as a sort of upstanding human being. Bret represents that in a person. And he is not the person that Vince wanted at the head of his company, but because of his undeniable talent and his undeniable ability to connect with an audience, and also with the storyline of his whole family and whatnot, Vince had no choice but to make him the guy, because people like Ultimate Warrior and like Lex Luger and like Diesel couldn't get over to that level because they didn't have that specific thing. And I think for that reason, Bret goes quite underrated when it comes to his promos, because a lot of people will look at his promos and go, oh, he's not that charismatic, and he isn't. But the point isn't that he's charismatic. The point is that he feels like an actual person. Like, you know, when you watch a sports interview, and I've said this before about Claudio as well, although in his case it's a bit different because there's a language barrier. But when you watch a sports player do an interview, it's not like a promo. But when Bret cuts a promo, it feels like a sports interview, and that's what makes him feel so real. On top of the fact that he is one of the best in-ring technicians and storytellers that the business has ever seen. He's one of the very few guys that can make a match feel like a real fight. From his bumping to his selling to that turnbuckle collision he does. From the small details like the facial expressions, like the anguish, the struggle, the timing as well. He's very good at timing. There's so much in his arsenal that so many wrestlers since have borrowed from, because he was able to perfect that art form and be a master of so many different areas of in-ring, you know, speciality. And the fact that you have this guy who is your figurehead of your company and he's wearing pink, you know, you think about that time period of that sort of what is the iconic sort of masculine representation. The fact that he could go out there and wearing a pink attire and still be a believable, you know, person. The fact that people could still see him as a tough guy. It shows his sort of confidence in himself, his bravery, his ability to be a convincing force. And his connection with children as well. The way he would go into the crowd during his entrance and give his sunglasses to a child. There's a lot of wrestlers since that have been very inspired by this idea. You know, like Rey Mysterio, who gives, you know, his overmask to a child in the crowd as well. Like there's things like that, like when Cody gives his weight belt, or when Cena throws his hat in the crowd. Like, it's things like that that make Bret so distinct. And he's one of those guys where when I watch his matches, I believe everything he's doing. I believe he actually thinks the things he's doing, the things he says. There's so much reality to his work. And then on top of that, you go and look at his feuds and his matches with Mr. Perfect, his matches with Owen, his brother, his matches with Shawn Michaels, his matches with Diesel, his matches with Razor Ramon, and best of all, his matches with Stone Cold Steve Austin are some of the best of all time. Genuinely incredible. His matches with the British Bulldog, the match he had with Benoit in WCW. He is one of the best in-ring workers there's ever been, and he certainly, I would say, is the best in-ring worker of the 90s, for sure. And I think that what is so great about him is that he represents this really interesting transition between the 80s and the late 90s, where being different to Hogan in the sense of him being a real person was able to give him that spotlight as Hogan was exiting WWE, but then to have him be surpassed by the Attitude Era with Stone Cold Steve Austin and DX, representing everything that's opposite to him, in the sense that Bret was an upstanding, you know, self-responsible Canadian. The fact that he believed in very sort of, his character at least believed in very sort of, you know, moral and conservative values of, you know, respecting your elders, respecting others, respecting your family and your friends, not speaking with, you know, poor language, even though he did at times out of frustration, which made him kind of an interesting hypocrite of a character. But that he looked down on degenerates made him a great heel in 1997, in the sense that whenever he went to Canada, he got cheered as a babyface, but whenever he was outside of Canada, he was a heel in America. That he was so, his character was so anti to what the Attitude Era was bringing in, made him such a great character in his last year in the company. And obviously you have the Montreal Screwjob, which is one of the most infamous moments in the business. I think Bret is highly regarded for a reason. and there's something about his style that just makes him timeless, because a lot of his matches even today still hold up, because there's something about them that is very real, and the storytelling is universal, and that's why his appeal is so vast. So yeah, that's why my fourth choice is Bret the Hitman Hart. Your number 4, your fourth choice.
My fifth, because we snapped twice.
Oh, right, okay.
So this will be my fifth. I guess let's go for a fun one. Another one on my list is The Rock.
And that's going to be a snap from me.
Yeah, this is a classic. It's a classic pick. Yeah, I've not seen obviously all his work, but I absolutely love every time I look at any promo from 99 to around 2002, 2003, around that sort of time. He is just so fucking entertaining. He's one of the most entertaining promos in that time period, along with obviously Steve Austin. Any promo you pick up with him, he is just one of the best fluid talkers just ever. It's such a fucking entertaining ride, any promo he has. I think we talked about this offline pretty recently, but I rewatched one of the Deadlock podcast syncs of, I believe, Jericho's debut on Raw. And Jericho cuts this amazing promo. An amazing promo introducing himself. And he puts himself over, catchphrase, everything, just the whole 9 yards, and he puts himself over massively. The Rock then proceeds to absolutely bury him, and it's one of the funniest things ever. It's just him going, after 3 boring minutes. It's just, you go on, and you're like, oh my god, he's gonna fucking bury him. And he does. But thankfully, Jericho, because he was Chris Jericho, he recovers, and he has a very, very, very good career. But on again, in ring, he's not one of the best workers ever. He has a lot of issues, and obviously in the modern day, I think when he returned in 2011, I think he became a very watered down version of himself, and I think even more nowadays, in these sort of last 8 years or so, he has become an attraction. And while it's fun for him to be around, and even in the latest promo, he has that great clip of him talking to Austin Theory. He's like, "Shut your bitch ass up," and that's probably the closest we've ever gotten to like old school Rock in a way, in that delivery and the words he used. But
yeah, probably since that he did that promo. I think it was in either 2011 or 2012 when he wore that like pirate hat, and he just like, it was just the fucking most. There was something about that promo that just like, it reminded me a lot of the Attitude Era. Like, I think he was like throwing Cena's merchandise in the river or something.
Yes, I remember. I think I saw that clip like a month ago, and I was listening to it like, this feels like old school Rock. It really does. Like, it's like he gets like who wants to John Cena Clark? Ding ding ding. Yeah, it's time to get your ass kicked. That feels like an old Rock line. Like something he would say.
The absolute best promo from his modern run is the one he did via satellite in 2011. Like that one where he's standing like behind in front of like a bunch of trees in his singlet, and he absolutely rips into Cena like with no holds barred. It's just such a good promo.
Yeah, but old school Rock, his promos and his work in the ring, he as they say, he was electrifying. His matches with Steve Austin are classics, and obviously his promos, again, like I said, are classics. Him in the Armageddon Hell in a Cell match, rattling down every single one of his opponents. Triple H, tonight, it's the game!
In the middle of the ring, for 20 minutes, talking about absolutely nothing.
And they were I did it for The Rock. I did it for the people. I did. I'll show you thong wearing fatty. Jesus. It's so obviously a lot of it has not aged well. Another famous clip is him saying, "Oh, let me speak Japanese," and then he proceeds to be quite racist.
Yeah, the Attitude Era was very unfiltered. They tried a lot of things that worked at the time and not now.
Yep. But there is so much entertainment to come from The Rock. You can't help but whenever you look at his old stuff, just absolutely be enthralled by his promos. Like there's no one at that time could cut a promo like he does. In terms of just being absolutely, as they say, and like I said, electrifying. It's any promo you go from the 2000s to like 2002. Almost every promo he ever cut was. There's one segment, another one I found out from Deadlock. I think he's backstage with Mick Foley, and Al Snow is there, and I think they're talking, and it just at one point he looks at Al Snow after he think they talked a bit, and he's introduced to him or something, and he just goes, "Al," and just then that one word completely buries it. Al Snow.
Yeah.
It's fucking insane. It's just, purely just entertaining through and through during that time period. And he has to be on the list. He's insanely entertaining.
Yeah, and the amount of careers he destroyed with just, "It doesn't matter what your name is!"
Yeah. But my name's Billy. It doesn't matter what your name is. Yeah.
Yep.
Yeah.
Yeah, I heard Temper say this recently, and it really rings true. He's the greatest sports entertainer of all time, because he's not an incredible professional wrestler by any means, but as a sports entertainer, he hits every mark, especially back in the Attitude Era. Every time he gets on TV, he's just the most compelling ball of charisma you could find. He's so eye-catching. Every word is, he says he's electrifying, but it's true. He is so electrifying as a person.
Mm-hmm.
And it's no surprise that he's decided to pursue a career in acting, because he's able to draw people to the screen with his charisma. And not only that, we're talking about, I mentioned at the start of the video about timing. He came into the business at a perfect time. Right when everything was about to change, he changed with it. Because obviously he came in as Rocky Maivia and it was absolutely terrible. But once he joined the Nation of Domination as a heel and he really started to develop his confidence, there's that promo where Farouk is talking to the interviewer and The Rock's on the side of the camera, just completely stealing the show, rolling his eyes. You're like, oh, this guy.
I love that. That GIF,
That GIF is amazing. And just his unbelievable levels of confidence. What I like about him is that I was talking about Bret Hart before. The Rock is almost everything that is the opposite to Bret Hart, because he's not that in-ring technician. He's not that I am the believable citizen that you all can relate to. The Rock is a trash-talking asshole. And that was perfect for the Attitude Era, because he had so much attitude in him. And yeah, he was able to make people really hyped for his match. Like, the crowd reactions for his matches were always really, really high. You know, his matches with Triple H, his matches with Stone Cold Steve Austin. He has this ability to just make the crowd stand on their feet and go crazy for him. Even for something as silly as the People's Elbow, it's such a everyone joins in and has fun moment in his matches. But as you say, the promos are just endless, and the material, just endless levels of material that he could come up with and the writers came up with him was just so, it just endless. But not only, he's mostly known for being really funny and entertaining, but something I think that a lot of people don't mention about him that is actually really, really good is his ability to take things seriously when he needs to. That promo he cuts on Steve Austin for WrestleMania X7 is very serious. You know, that you are gonna get the absolute best of The Rock at WrestleMania. Like, that level of, I understand how serious this is actually really impressive from him. And also, he's one of the best sellers. I mean, he definitely does go very over the top with the stage acting, but the ability he has in the ring to make you see his peril, it actually makes him quite a good loser. I think something that a lot of people forget about The Rock is he lost a lot of matches, even in his main event run. He was not a guy, like Steve Austin was a very constant winner, whereas The Rock was very 50-50. He wouldn't win every match, and that kind of makes sense because he's not the best in-ring worker. But what he is able to do, and sort of within the kayfabe realms of this business, is that the idea, and it's sort of very consistent with what Hulk Hogan was as a character, is that he's able to muster up wins because he has such a connection with the crowd, whether that be them cheering for him as a babyface, or whether that him being able to feed off their anger when he's a heel. He is able to produce that level of optimal energy in his matches with that connection to the crowd, and just the way he's able to spot cameras and just exude so much on screen, and like the eye contact he gives people is just so powerful. And there's a reason why there's so many famous gifs of him that go around on the internet, because there's so many small little bite-sized moments where he steals the show. You know, the eyebrow raise and the spit and that concerned expression he does when he's wearing sunglasses. And as you said, the Armageddon promo is famous. And his whole run as Hollywood Rock in 2003, when he was absolutely taking the piss out of the crowd, was so funny. But as I said, he's also able to put people over. Like, you know, he lost a match to the Hurricane on Raw, which again, it's a testament to the fact that he can stay over even in losing a match. But yeah, he's the most charismatic wrestler there's ever been, and he's probably the best talker and best sports entertainer that the business has ever seen. And I still think a lot of his matches are entertaining to watch anyway. They are very captivating to the eye. And yeah, it's not a hot take. He is one of the GOATs. I do agree, though. I think his modern run is watered down, and I think it could have been a lot better. Like you said before, if him and Cena and Punk had that triple threat, I think that would have been a really good, like, all-timer for storytelling. Yeah. He called Bill Goldberg a whisker biscuit bald-headed bitch. And actually, as an athlete, he did actually have quite an impressive leaping ability. You know, he could do the kip up, and he could do a lot of, you know, like he was really good at high jump, I think. He had those really big legs, and he also sold the Stone Cold Stunner like better than anyone. The way he would flop around. There's so many funny moments. Like, you know, there's that match with Austin where The Rock has the camera and he's filming Stone Cold, and then Stone Cold pulls the fingers at him and stunners him through the table. Like, it's stuff like that that makes his run so entertaining. Though I think the worst thing about The Rock's peak run, unfortunately, is that match with Mick Foley at the Royal Rumble, where he chair shots his head too many times. That, unfortunately, is a black mark on his career, but that, you know, for the most part, I think he put in a really good, you know, run in the Attitude Era. I also want to give a shout out to Jim Johnston for how he evolved his theme music throughout his career, and as he became a bigger star, his theme became bigger. You know, it started out as that really simple bass line, and now, over time, it's progressed into this loud orchestra with like 100 trumpets. And that's a big part of it. Also, you know, The Rock is a very unique character. You know, he's one of those... A lot of people have tried to emulate him, but he is very distinct in himself. Yeah. The Rock. I snapped So I guess I should give my sixth choice.
Mm-hmm.
Well, I mentioned Bret Hart before. And another person who's in my 25 favorite wrestlers is arguably his biggest rival. And that is Shawn Michaels, who is... You talked before about Cena and Punk being a sort of a yin and yang to each other. And in the 90s, Bret and Shawn were the same. Because Shawn represents everything the opposite of Bret. He's a bad boy. He's a rock star. He's a degenerate. And he has this different kind of charisma to the ones we've mentioned so far, in the sense that when Shawn Michaels is in a match or in a promo, it is like you are watching a... I mentioned the word rock star, but he has that same charisma that a rock star has, especially from that time. When you see a rock star on stage playing their music, or in an interview, it's very similar to that Shawn Michaels character. He has that very sort of, I get all the girls, and I flick my hair, and I wear assless chaps, and there's nothing you can do about it. And the way that he, instead of being humble like Bret was and being very sort of upstanding, Shawn Michaels was a massive show-off. And he's another guy that many wrestlers have tried to replicate since. But Shawn has this... His character is very inspired by people like Gorgeous George and Buddy Rogers and even Ric Flair to an extent. But he has this ability to be distinct outside of that because he adds more of his own personality to it, especially at the time. Because a lot of that sort of very bratty diva side of him was actually real. And it is unfortunate that he missed a lot of the Attitude Era because of his back injury, but I still think the fact that he had that tag run with Jannetty in the 80s with the Rockers, and then he had that singles run in the 90s where he cemented himself as one of the greatest anyway, and then came back in the 2000s as a born-again Christian and had another Hall of Fame-worthy run on top of that for 8 years. And now he's, taken over NXT as well. He seems to be recently doing pretty good with that. But he has such like Terry Funk, a level of longevity. Not only longevity, but longevity on top and to stay over and to be interesting. I think he does suit a babyface role in some respects, in the sense that he is quite easy to like, in the sense that he's very, that he obviously is the sexy boy. Like a lot of guys look up to him like, hey, I wish I could pull like him. I wish I could look like him. I wish I could dance like him. I wish I could be like him. But he also can play a fantastic heel as well. Not only with his pretty boy persona in the 90s, but also there's that promo in 2005 he did in Canada about Bret Hart, and then he does a fake return, and then Bret doesn't come out, and he says, got your hopes up just a bit, didn't I? And he's like, who's your daddy, Montreal? There is something really, 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 really good about that side of his promo ability. The way he's able to just channel in all that energy into being the biggest asshole in the room. And then all of that said, is not even mentioning the fact that he is one of the best collection of matches that the business has ever seen. He's one of the best in-ring performers. And like I said, with Bret being able to make every match feel like a real fight, Shawn is the opposite. He's all flair. He's all pizzazz, and his athletic ability and his ability to tell stories allows him to make these matches feel big and feel epic. And it's hard to really say there's anyone that's able to compare to him in terms of big match wrestling, in the sense that he can make you invested in what he's doing for such a heightened sense of drama. And his matches are so full of emotion and peril, and when you see a lot of modern wrestlers like abuse the whole kicking out at 2 thing, and it becomes a bit played out and desensitized, the reason why Shawn Michaels at WrestleMania is so popular and so known is because his matches have a lot of kickouts, but every single one of them are deliberate, and there's a power to them. There is a very powerful sense of belief behind it. And I think that sets him apart from a lot of the people that are inspired by him. And yeah, I mean, you go throughout his history, his ladder matches with Scott Hall, his matches with Bret Hart, his matches with Steve Austin, his matches with Jericho, his matches with Triple H, his matches with Benoit, his matches with Cena, his matches with Ric Flair, his matches with The Undertaker especially. They're probably some of the most famous ones. Even his match with Vince McMahon at WrestleMania was a banger. His match with Kurt Angle at WrestleMania is unfucking believable. The Elimination Chamber match where he won the world title, and even some of his tag team matches, he's just got this ability to put on the best match on any show. You know, he is called the showstopper for a reason. And he also made a lot of great pairings, you know, with Sherry Martel, with Marty Jannetty, with Triple H. He has this ability to connect with other characters as a partner, but also as a feud. As I said, his feud with Bret Hart is famous. His feud with Triple H, his feud with Kurt Angle, his feud with Chris Jericho in 2008 especially is a really, really, really strong feud. And obviously his WrestleMania feud with The Undertaker. Even as a referee in the Hell in a Cell match at WrestleMania 28, he steals the show. He's not perfect. He certainly has had a lot of issues in his life, especially backstage, and he's not been the nicest guy over the years. But I think Shawn Michaels is definitely one of the greatest of all time. And yeah, that's why he's my next pick. Who is your next pick?
My next pick. I guess this was probably fit with the last couple I've done, but another one on my list is Adam Cole.
Baby.
Yeah, I love Adam Cole. I think he's just great. He's a fantastic person and just in turn a fantastic wrestler. It was really during the height of NXT when he debuted. Attack Drew McIntyre was my first real experience with him, because I didn't know who he was before. Just straight up, I didn't. I may have heard rumblings about him, but yeah, his debut was bloody massive, and I think he had one of the best runs with the NXT World Championship for me personally. I think he held it for like over a year or so, near to a year. And it was just absolutely incredible. The Undisputed Era is like quite a run. It's its own era of NXT, and you can call it the Undisputed Era if you want. But yeah, and that sort of run of NXT was fantastic, and having fantastic matches all around with Gargano, Ciampa, just so many great matches in there. And then he eventually, and also Kyle O'Reilly, had a really great feud with Kyle O'Reilly in NXT.
And he has that really infamous promo with Karrion Kross as well that gets quoted all the time. But both,
I think lately, to be fair, we haven't seen it a lot lately, thank God.
Yeah, but both guys, like, it's so, like, the performances as well from the promos from both guys. Mm-hmm. And you're talking about Adam Cole, the just level of perfection in his delivery is so remarkable.
He's a fantastic top.
Yep.
Yeah. Then he went to AEW, and it was it's probably the best like moment, other than Punk debuting. That moment of Danielson and Cole debuting at the same time in the same segment is a legendary stuff. It really is. That will be looked back in years to come as what a moment that was. And his run for the first couple months wasn't what I think a lot of people expected. Having a feud with Orange Cassidy, which wasn't that great. Like, I think the matches were fine, but it never really clicked. And then obviously his subsequent like injuries he had, which was unfortunate. He was out for a very long time due to head problems, and there was probably a chance he might not even come back, which is a shame, but he did. And not only did he come back, he had one of the best feuds of the last couple years with MJF, as we mentioned before. And those segments were so good they had with MJF, of them becoming friends, them becoming best friends, is so great. They're all great stuff. Both of them are fantastic. But Cole in the ring is insanely good. He's an insanely good worker in the ring. He can have a good match with pretty much anybody. His match with Ricochet, I think we rewatched recently together. And that match is great. Fantastic. That super kick is legendary stuff. But he is, like I said, he is also behind the character. He's one of the seemingly nicest guys in the industry. To when I remember he was on a New Legacy Inc. stream, and just him talking about stuff, talking about games, talking about himself, and all that kind of stuff is just. It seems like one of the nicest and easiest guys to talk to, and that really does come across with anybody who talks about him. Even Punk is still very much in the good graces of Adam Cole in how he talks about him, despite the rest of the elite. Yeah, I absolutely adore Adam, and I cannot wait for him to come back and do stuff with MJF again, because that stuff is just absolute gold. Yeah, one of the best workers, talkers, and just all around just a fantastic guy. Can't really say much more about him. That is just absolute praise.
Yep, and he bagged Britt Baker, and that's pretty based of him. Yeah, but you know, he deserves it. Yeah, again, he's on my honorable mentions. He's great. I think I'm interested to see where his career goes from here. It definitely there's a lot of potential with Adam Cole, but I think hopefully he's able to get his injuries under control, because that seems to be his biggest drawback, as he's quite fragile as in terms of his body. And he's put a lot of damage on his body over the years too. But yeah, his even as a young man in Ring of Honor, he was definitely stood out. His charisma was very noticeable, and I remember when he joined the Bullet Club in New Japan as well. That was a very big moment. And then Undisputed Era, and then now with AEW, it seems like his name and stock value is just rising and rising. And I think it really was that promo. It's weird because it's seen as an infamous promo now because of what's happened since with both guys. With, Adam Cole being mocked for his physique and Karrion Kross being buried by Vince McMahon and all that. But that promo in NXT, when it first happened, I was so taken by it. Because it's on one hand, it is breaking the fourth wall in quite a destructive way for both of them. But on the other hand, it really showcased, despite that, both men's talents. And also, we talk about how great feuds are made by yin and yangs, and with Cena and Punk and Bret and Shawn, and there's a lot of examples of that. And obviously, this is nowhere near on that level because they barely even had a feud. I don't even think they had a singles match. But I see that in that promo. I see that magic yin and yang between two very good storytellers who come from very different aspects of the business. And also, they both seem like two of the nicest guys in the industry as well. So, yeah. But yeah, as you said, the fact that Adam Cole got to come out of injury and main event the Wembley Stadium show is quite something.
Mm-hmm.
And the MJF storyline might be the best thing he's done in his career certainly one of them. I mentioned Shawn Michaels. My next choice is his protege, who is also one of the greatest in-ring workers of all time, and that is Bryan Danielson, also known as Daniel Bryan.
Snap.
Yeah. Yeah, I think it's always been a debatable topic, but I think since he joined AEW, I think he's definitely cemented himself as one of the greatest in-ring workers ever. He has such a history of just unbelievable matches. He is an all-round master of everything in the ring. He's a great athlete. He is a great storyteller. He is able to work any style in any company with any size of crowd at any time and make it great. He can work with so many different opponents and bring the best out of them, I should say. Bryan Danielson gives you a guarantee of a show. And he's a very underrated promo as well. He's able to be a very convincing talker, even though he won't admit it. He's actually really good at it. His character work over the years, whether that be on any side of the spectrum, whether it be his brutality in Ring of Honor, that period of time where he wore that eye patch and he was the most violent person on the independent scene, or you go to the other end of the spectrum in the PG era of WWE when he was in Team Hell No with Kane, and he was doing quite PG level comedy, but he was excelling at it. There's all these little things he does that make him really unique. He's even able to make something like having a love triangle with the Bella twins entertaining. If anyone else was in that storyline, it would be crap, but because it's Bryan Danielson, it's so fun. He was the absolute highlight of that first season of the NXT game show, which was garbage, but he was the best thing about it. His feud with The Miz and Michael Cole was so entertaining. And there's so many moments in his career that just define exactly who he is. That moment when he beats John Cena in the main event of SummerSlam with the running knee and wins the belt, or that moment when he is in the steel cage with Bray Wyatt, rest in peace, and the whole crowd is chanting yes, and he has that whole storyline where he makes the miracle come true at WrestleMania 30. To the heel runs he's had, like the first one with the world title when he cashed in on the Big Show. We mentioned it on the Money in the Bank ranking of how great that cash in was. And also his heel run in 2018, 2019 with his, him being a tree hugger, having a environmentally friendly world title, and that feud with Kofi Kingston was one of his best runs as well. Main eventing WrestleMania with Edge and Roman Reigns, and then going to AEW and just having one of the best set of matches I've ever seen from any wrestler ever. The match with Kenny, the matches with Hangman, the matches with Eddie Kingston, the matches with Daniel Garcia, the matches with Sammy Guevara, with Roosh, with MJF, with John Moxley. Oh god, I could go on. I'm probably forgetting some really big ones. The matches he had with Jericho, the matches he had with Lee Moriarty even. Those matches are great. I think, oh god, I'm blanking now. The matches he's had with Ricky Starks recently have been insanely good. The match he had with Okada at a Forbidden Door. Jesus Christ. And yeah, he's just one of the most unbelievably talented in-ring performers I've ever seen. And just yeah, I don't know. I can't even come up with any more words. He's just so good at what he does. He has great matches with everyone he works with. That match he had with Randy Orton on Raw in 2013 is one of the best TV matches ever. It's the match where, unfortunately, he actually injures himself because he headbutts the barricade. But it's the match that ends with him putting the yes lock on with a lead pipe. It's like one of the most insanely gratifying endings to a match. So fucking good. The match he had with CM Punk, both in Ring of Honor and at Over the Limit 2012. unbelievable stuff. Just brilliant. Yeah. I don't have much more to... Oh, he also had great matches with AJ Styles as well. That was also something that he did. I think the one drawback to him is that he goes so far that he's really fragile in terms of his body. He's had a lot of injuries. And that is a consequence of his style, but you know, it's given him a great run. I mean, this is not even talking about his career in Ring of Honor, the matches he had with Kenta Kobashi and with Samoa Joe and Nigel McGuinness and all those people in the 2000s. Like, fuck me. There's not really many people in the history of the business that can really compare to him in the ring. I also think there's specific moments, like when you get the final countdown hitting for his entrance, that make him feel like he's bigger than everyone. And yeah, he just has such a level of importance to him. And but he can also be a great sports entertainer as well. You know, on Raw 1000, when he was supposed to marry AJ Lee, and then The Rock comes out and buries him. It's so entertaining. So yeah, Bryan Danielson is one of my favorites ever.
Yeah, definitely same here. Daniel Bryan is one, and it sort of shows these sort of like many different personas the guy can have, which is very much a testament to him as a performer. Daniel Bryan is one of the most beloved baby faces ever. Obviously, that win again in SummerSlam 2013, him winning so unexpectedly, is what a moment that is to then be cashed in on, and that eventually lead to Mania 30, even though that's not what they intended. The crowd very much forced that into happening, along with Punk himself leaving, which led to probably one of the best show-ending moments in WrestleMania history. Only probably rivaled by like a couple other moments, you know, Austin turning heel, Heist of the Century, and maybe even this year with Night 1, Sammy and Kevin beating the Usos. That's definitely up there too. But Bryan was so beloved, to then turn him heel when he came back from retirement in quite a genius way, and such a unique character, which was brilliant, which then led to Kofi Mania, which was a great moment too. To then, when he eventually left in his swan song in his match with Roman Reigns, having an amazing triple threat match in the Mania just a couple of weeks before, was also fantastic. To then go on this great run in AEW, having such great matches, culminating just a couple of months ago against Zack Sabre Jr., which was an absolute banger of a classic.
Oh yeah, I forgot to mention that one.
It's a good one. He is quite the all-rounder, but it's like not in the sense where he's like a B in every category. He is A plus in every category of what you want out of a wrestler. He can do comedy, he can do babyface underdog, he can do absolute monster beatdown, he can be absolutely brutal, and he can build somebody else up like a Ricky Starks. The fact that in such short notice managed to have two absolutely fantastic matches with Ricky Starks and properly make him into like in a lot of ways that culminating and mirroring a lot of ways Steve Austin and Brett at Mania, where Austin, the double turn that happened between them, having Ricky have that sort of moment with the belt choking him out as he passes out, is fucking fantastic. And Bryan just has so many different talents, and yeah, like you said, I think he's a fantastic talker, but he's obviously known for his absolute intense and insane work ethic in the ring. One of the best workers you'll ever see. Yeah, he's just absolutely insane. And the fact that we're probably only going to get him for another year or so is, yeah. What a run he's had. Utterly brilliant wrestler.
Yep, and also like people like Gunther, he's one of those wrestlers that's able to make you believe he can finish a match with anything. He had that run in 2021 where he had like 10 matches, and in every single one of them he used a different move to win. I think if you show that match he had with Zack Sabre Jr. to someone who hasn't seen wrestling and be like, this is what technical wrestling is, I think people would get it. Because he makes it look like a sport at the highest level.
Right. Next choice is the one and the only Eddie Guerrero. Latino
Snap.
Heat.
I'm going to snap on that one.
Yeah, this guy was an absolute help in every way. Extremely lovable and devious and energetic and just fantastic in the ring. One of his best promos was a promo against Brock Lesnar, talking about how wrestling in front of people was his new addiction, his new high, and that's his fix. In reference to him formerly being quite a drug addict, but in turn turning all that into his love of pro wrestling, and what a promo, and then winning the belt at No Way Out. Awesome moments. He's also just one of the funniest in-ring workers there is, with a gimmick that in some ways inherently can be seen as quite... It is heelish, but in turning that into such a beloved thing in ring is a testament to how
these days with
this guy was.
These days with MJF being, our scumbag, it's very similar to that.
Yeah, it's very akin to that sort of style that was so popularized by Eddie. And there's such a tragedy with his passing that there's so many other wrestlers that were coming through at the time that if he's still around now, imagine the amount of matches he could have had with so many amazing wrestlers.
Mm-hmm.
You've got your, coming up, you have your Dolph Ziggler's, more matches with
Bryan Danielson,
more matches. So even though he had wrestled him before, Punk in modern day, if you're around, even if he maybe another 10 years, he could have faced people like Kevin Owens, Sami Zayn, Seth Rollins, Dean Ambrose, Roman Reigns.
5 months after he passed away, he was supposed to have a WrestleMania match with Shawn Michaels. That would have been fucking amazing.
Yeah. His stuff with China, was fantastic, very fun. The stuff I've seen of that just seems quite nice and quite entertaining. Yeah, he's just... There's the amount of stuff he did do was fantastic. Just one of the most entertaining wrestlers you'll find. Just so, again, like I said, lovable, despite being one of the biggest cheaters ever. But it in terms of how they always executed it, it was always insanely well done and entertaining. Yeah, absolutely love Eddie, and it's always such a shame when someone passes so young, relative, because not only that, there's so much potential with so much great stories and matches he could have had over this last 10, 15 years.
I mean, it's obviously a tragedy and it's sad, but there is a poeticness to the fact that the reason why he died is because his heart was too big, which, metaphorically speaking, that's who he was as a person. He had such a big heart.
Yeah.
And I think it's also even more sad that to see what happened to his best friend, Chris Benoit, after he passed, his life basically spiraled after that, because Eddie was his guy, he wasn't, his wife or anything.
That shot of the end of Mania when both of them covered in confetti with both of the championships at the time, to only 18 months, was it, later?
Yep. Eddie died. Yep.
Yeah.
Yeah, it was at the time in 2004, it was one of the greatest moments of all time, and it's cursed looking at it now.
Yeah.
But Eddie is such an all-round talent. He was great at everything. He was a five-tool player, one of the most charismatic people in the business. His not only ability to talk, but also his connection with the crowd, his charisma, his facial expressions. There's that gif from his time with China in the Attitude Era where he does that wink and that kiss at people that it just oozes so much confidence. And that way he has that sneaky persona, but he's able to get over despite that. And as you said, that build up to that feud with Brock Lesnar it is the perfect David versus Goliath form, for wrestling. Eddie Guerrero is the ultimate David to Brock Lesnar's ultimate Goliath. And that moment when he beats Brock for the title is just one of the best moments in wrestling. It's just so perfectly emotional. And he's an amazing athlete, and he was a perfectionist in the ring. That Judgment Day match with JBL, where he bleeds all over the ring, is so disgusting to watch. But Eddie's performance is the most impressive, gutsy thing. It's like right up there with, when Cody had his torn pec and he had that Hell in a Cell match. It's similar to that. It's this gutsy performance, and he just steals the show. And when he turned heel in 2005 and he had that feud with Rey Mysterio, and they had that, the feud over Dominic and the custody of the father and everything, and his just ability to make you absolutely loathe what he's doing. Obviously, people still loved Eddie, but when he turned heel, he made you feel like your family member was turning on you. That's what it was like. It was like you still love this person, but you hate the way they're behaving. And you want to see them get, change, and you want to see them see what they're doing. Like, it's that level of investment from the fans. And then you go back to his early run, like at ECW, with his great matches that he had back then, but probably his most famous pre-WWE match was the match he had with Rey Mysterio at Halloween Havoc 1997. That is one of the best matches, I think, at least for that division, has ever seen. It's such a picture-perfect Lucha Libre match. And Eddie with that mullet and that sort of just stain in his eyes, and like every single detail of his performance was always thought about. He always put a lot of thought into his stuff, almost to a fault, because there's these stories about how if Eddie wasn't satisfied with his match, he would go into a big spiral. He'd go back to his hotel and he'd eat a big tub of ice cream and he'd have a cry because he was disappointed with his match, even though his match was probably like a 4-star match. He hated it because it wasn't perfect. He was one of those kind of performers, like very intensely passionate about his craft. And I really like his short run on the Indies in like 2001, because he left WWF shortly after X7. He had that match with Test. And he has that triple threat match with Rey Mysterio and CM Punk on the Indies, which is a famous little match. And then he came back in 2002 when the brand split happened, and he was a big part of the SmackDown brand. And he has some great matches in his career. He has great promos. He passed way too soon. There was so much more left on the table for him to do in his career. And it's such a shame, because he was just good at everything. This is another really underrated match. I remember in 2004, so obviously Benoit won the Royal Rumble, and he was on the Raw brand. But for the WWE Championship, they did a 15-man SmackDown Rumble. And it was, I believe it was to earn his shot at Brock at No Way Out. And Eddie and Kurt Angle were the last two in that match, and that is one of the best endings to a Rumble match ever, and it's hardly ever talked about because it was on SmackDown, not on pay-per-view. But those two created such a great ending to that match. And I've always considered the SmackDown Rumble to be one of the better ones. Even though it's not officially a Royal Rumble, really. certainly better than the Saudi Rumble, I'll say that much. But yeah, and Eddie was also part of that SmackDown 6 era, you know, the tag team with Chavo was great. I love his entrance where he comes out on the lowrider, and all of his theme songs are really great, you know, Latino Heat, Viva La Raza, and also, you know, Kraken as well as heel theme. I love that heel theme, Kraken, you know, with the phone ringing in there. Now we're stepping the gangster lane. Like, it's such a great song. And there's almost those funny promos like, I lied!
Mm-hmm.
It's so brilliant. Yeah. Great wrestler, great promo, lovable person. And, yeah, he's dearly missed, Eddie is. One of the greatest of all time. So yeah, we snapped on that. I guess it should be my next choice then. Well, we mentioned his name, because he's one of Eddie's best rivals. My next choice is Brock Lesnar.
Schnappity snap snap.
Yep.
Just like people's backs when they give them suplexes.
Yep. So obviously Brock has had a lot of criticism throughout his career. Firstly, when he quit WWE in 2004, went to the NFL, then to UFC. And when he came back in 2012 to now, he's been on a part-time schedule. And there's been times when he's held the belt hostage. There's been times when the promos have gotten really repetitive. There's been times when the matches have gotten repetitive and have been the same thing over and over. So there are issues with Brock, and I think some of his promos are very strange. He's not the most natural talker, but I think the existence of Paul Heyman definitely does add something to his character, especially when he was a heel. What Brock Lesnar is he's one of the greatest athletes and one of the greatest big men to ever be in this industry. Not only is he a great athlete, but I think Triple H mentioned this on the SummerSlam press conference. Something that's really underrated about Brock is his dedication to the craft, because he comes across as a guy that doesn't really care, and he just sort of like, this is a job to him and he does it to make money, and that is true to an extent, but he certainly cares about his work. He does not phone it in. He is someone, outside of obviously a couple of matches, especially the Ambrose match at WrestleMania, that match is really disappointing from him, and there's a few matches where he takes shortcuts, but when Brock really tries, when he really respects his opponent and he gives them a great match, like the match with Cody at SummerSlam, the first match with Roman Reigns and Seth Rollins at 31, the match with CM Punk at SummerSlam, the matches with Cena, the triple threat with Cena and Seth Rollins, and obviously a lot of the matches he had in his first run, like the match with Eddie, the matches with Kurt Angle, the matches with The Undertaker, and the match with The Rock at SummerSlam. There's a lot of times when he really invests himself and he really cares about what he's doing. Oh, dude, the matches he had with AJ Styles and Daniel Bryan at Survivor Series were all-time classics. He is one of the most impressive big men. He's able to tell great stories with that, and he's also had an interesting career. He also brings a lot of believability to his matches, not only because he's a UFC heavyweight champion, but also because of just the way he wrestles. He wrestles as a very, very physical style, and he's able to throw very big guys a very long way with ease. He makes power look easy. And he's also one of the best sellers of all time. When Brock is in peril, his acting, his facial acting is second to none. And also he's one of the best at doing kickouts as well, kicking out at 2. He really makes you believe a match is over, and he kicks out with such vicious, sudden impact. And obviously he has such a dominant moveset, you know, the F5, the Kimura lock, the Brock lock, the suplexes. The striking is really brutal. And he's also not afraid to have a bloodbath either. Some of the bumps he took in his first run, like whenever he took the last ride, it looks like he's just killing himself. It's actually insane. He's one of the most insane athletes I've ever seen. That moment in the Goldberg match from WrestleMania 33 where he literally, Goldberg goes for a spear and he jumps over him. He literally leaps his whole body over him. Is just ridiculous. And the fact that when he was young he could do a shooting star press is unbelievable given his size. Yeah, he's one of the biggest freaks of nature the business has ever seen, and when Brock is at his best, he is one of the best ever to do it. So yeah, that's why he's my next choice. And you snapped.
Yeah, I absolutely love Brock when he's done good. When Brock is done good, he is one of the biggest box office attractions you can have in pro wrestling. He's had absolutely banging matches in his career. One of my favorites being against AJ Styles at Survivor Series. I absolutely like that, and actually slightly prefer it to the Danielson match, but that's just my opinion. Had an amazing 5-minute match with Goldberg at WrestleMania, which I recently rewatched. It is fucking insanely good. That spear he gets hit with out of nowhere, the camera work of that is so fucking good. It's such a great spear out of nowhere. Absolutely incredible. That match he had with Cena at SummerSlam 2014 was insane.
It's the greatest squash match of all time. Yes. Well, one of them. I mean, I think the only ones that rival it, I think it was Vader versus Antonio Inoki, and also Brody Lee versus Cody in AEW. Those two also come to mind, but I think Brock versus Cena might even be better than those ones.
As we mentioned before, Punk versus Brock at SummerSlam is another absolute banger. Just a year before that. Yeah, he is, like I said, big box office attraction. I really liked his WWE World Heavyweight Championship reign. I think it actually went the perfect amount of time, and it was built up as a proper title.
Well, it came right after it came out after he broke the streak as well.
So that was I think in terms of that was pretty well booked. In terms of a couple months, it was off TV, held hostage. And then I think it was lost at the right time at Mania. They obviously put themselves in a corner with everything with Roman, and that feud fucking sucked. But the match was actually really fucking good, and it ended really great. His run with the Universal title, not so good. He held that for like, what?
A year and a half?
Almost like, yeah, a year, 400, over 400 days or something. And he didn't lose at Mania when he just fucking should have, and had that really bad match with Roman at 34. But he's had really good matches throughout, and as I mentioned, he had a great run from the 2002 2004.
Oh yeah, he had 3 title reigns in that, and they were all great.
Yeah,
they were so good.
Back when he was somewhat and even more entertaining, very different from what he is now.
Yeah, when he broke the ring. To be fair, when he broke the ring with when he broke the ring on SmackDown with the Big Show, that was the first time they did it. And Taz is like, "Holy shit!"
Even Boombox Brock is extremely funny,
and Cowboy Brock too.
Yeah, there have been issues with Cowboy Brock in terms of the whole combining both championships, but yeah, yes, but. He is, in terms of attractions in wrestling, he is definitely up there. And like you said, he is one of the best sellers. One of his most underrated aspects of him is selling, which is insanely good. Like top tier selling. When I remember thinking that AJ Styles Survivor Series match where he gets turned over into the
Calf Killer, is it?
Fucking called the Calf Killer, yeah. And his selling for that, and then when he turns into fucking bashing Styles into the mat is one of my favorite spots ever. It's one of my favorite spots from any Brock match. It's so fucking great. Fucking love it.
That's another yin and yang, Brock and AJ. It's like the perfect combination.
Yeah, that's why I've watched that match a lot of times. And I absolutely love it. I do slightly prefer it to the Danielson match. There's just something about it's probably my favorite F5 because Brock is really struggling from having catching AJ. And it's like a really awkward one, but I kind of love it for that. I really like it a lot.
There's also that SummerSlam match he has with Seth in 2018. That's a really fun match.
He did have that.
Oh no, 2019. I'm sorry. Yeah. The 2018 one was the Roman match. We don't need to talk about that. But the 2019 one with Seth, that was a very fun match.
Yeah. But yeah, awesome stuff. I think Brock is great, and I want matches with Gunther, Solo Sikoa to round off his career, which I imagine is going to be much longer.
Yeah. Is pairing with Paul Heyman is also a lightning in the bottle situation as well. I think Paul saw what was in him before he debuted in 2002, and he said, I want to be paired with that guy. I want him to be my guy. And there's something about his entrance as well. He always comes out with that believable authority. That moment in 2012 when he returns against Cena, as soon as the sting of his theme hits, the crowd, like, it's one of the loudest reactions I've ever seen in a building. Like, you can see the camera shaking with how loud it is. And as much as I despise the fact that Cena won that match at Extreme Rules, up to that point it was one of those brutal Extreme Rules matches. That's the match where Brock, like, tries to clothesline him by running off the steps and he fucking yeets himself out of the ring. That's a fucking crazy match. And what was it, like, he ties Cena around the post with a chain and makes him bleed upside down. Jesus Christ.
I think well, since I messaged him just now, I'll go for AJ Styles.
Another one of my honorable mentions.
Yeah. For me, AJ Styles was the best wrestler in 2016. And 2016 was sort of the first time there was a big debut for me. There probably been, obviously you've had people like Kevin Owens, Sami Zayn, obviously during the time while I started watching, but AJ Styles was the first big signing that came to WWE. I remember late at night, laying in bed, half watching the Royal Rumble that time because I didn't have the network at the time. But yeah, I remember that debut, and man, it was fucking cool. And his debut, I don't think we've had a debut like that since then. A proper debut in the Rumble at that point with that sort of eyes on it in that way. And yeah, it's a very memorable moment for me. He then went on to have probably one of the best rookie years any person WWE's had. It's up there with people like Kurt Angle because he had an absolutely banging year from Royal Rumble 2016 to Royal Rumble 2017. He had an absolutely incredible year. Had 2 very good matches with Roman Reigns. He then had a great feud with John Cena, both having a fantastic match at SummerSlam. He had one at Money in the Bank, but that one was in kind of ruined with interference from Gallows and Anderson. Won the title against Dean Ambrose. I had a great run with it for a couple months, and then had an absolutely banging match. Probably John Cena's best match, up there definitely with one of his best matches, with AJ Styles at the Rumble at 2017. What a run that was. Absolutely great year for Styles. And then since then, it's been very up and down, but he has had a fantastic career, I would say, just from WWE alone. He's also obviously very famous for his run in TNA. What a wrestler he is. He's not obviously the best talker, but when he does get good material, he can deliver really good promos. But in ring, yeah, he is fucking insanely good.
You also haven't mentioned the 2 years he had in New Japan. He was treated like a top guy from start to end. Every single time he appeared, he was considered one of the top guys. Yeah.
At the time, 2016 was like, he owned that year. He was, for me, he was the rest of the year.
Well, I remember I saw Wrestle Kingdom that year. I watched his match with Shinsuke Nakamura, and I was like, they're both coming to WWE. Like, that was so exciting after that match.
Absolutely love Styles. Like I said, I absolutely love his match with Brock. I think the fact that there was going to be probably a time where he nearly was going to just end up being a mid-carder, but kind of just breaking through that and having such a great run. Like he's been comfortably just been on that sort of like upper mid-card to main event sort of level, teetering, and just has fit right in, and he's had such a great run.
Yeah, I think ever since they paired him with Omos, he's kind of been a bit stepped down.
Yeah, that's the only thing I would definitely say the last like year or so, where they're not really using him to his full potential. But hopefully we can have one last good run with him at some point, because he hasn't been on TV for about 2 months. So hopefully these last couple years of Styles, we can get one last good big feud out of him, because he definitely does that, because he's what a talent he's been.
His feud with Samoa Joe as well is great. That's a fantastic
It's very
feud.
fun. Yeah, it's very funny.
Yeah,
very funny. But yeah, I love Styles because he's one of the best in-ring workers I've seen back in the day.
He got a good match out of Jinder Mahal. That takes a lot.
Oh yeah, that when they won the title, that was not a bad match, definitely.
Yeah. Yeah, obviously his TNA run is famous. He had a brief stint in WCW. That's how long he's been wrestling. He was in WCW.
Yeah, they have that stuff on the Wet Network.
Yeah,
when he debuted.
And he was going to be part of that invasion angle with, Sean O'Hare and Chuck Palumbo and all those guys that definitely did not have the star power that the invasion needed at the time. But he took a gamble. He went to TNA. He became the guy in TNA. That match, oh my god, dude! That triple threat match with Samoa Joe and Christopher Daniels in TNA is just unfucking believable. But yeah, Styles was consistently one of the most impressive X Division wrestlers. I remember on YouTube there was a period of time where there was this YouTuber that uploaded like top moves of this wrestler. I think Styles was the one that had the most moves out of anyone that they made a video for. It was like something like top 140 moves of Styles. Like he is such a vast moveset. Not just that, but also like finishing moves as well. Like Daniel Bryan, he's one of those guys that can end a match with so many different ways. The Styles Clash, the Calf Killer, the Phenomenal Forearm, the Spiral Tap. There's the Springboard 450 Splash. There's so many different ways for him to do it. And obviously his New Japan one with the Bullet Club really cemented him in the eyes of the WWE. His TNA run was already impressive to them. And I know that Vince definitely kept an eye on TNA. I know that Booker T said that Vince would watch TNA because he wanted to know what could come his way in future. But I think what really made a statement about Styles is that a lot of the guys that they were, I guess you could say, poaching from the independents and from other companies, what would happen is they would go through NXT first. What set Styles apart was they put him on the main roster from day one because he was at that level where he didn't even need NXT, and clearly Vince and the officials wanted him on the main show straight away. And like you said, it's the matches he had with Roman Reigns and with Cena that year that really cemented him in Vince's eyes, I think. Because he's like, you can have these matches with my top guys. No surprise that he put the belt on him straight after. He's been one of the most reliable talents they've had. He's also got some quite funny moments, like that talking smack where Daniel Bryan talks about how he thinks the Earth's flat is so funny.
I think the brand split coming at the time it did was very beneficial to him.
Yeah, because he was the face of SmackDown.
He came at the exact right time for there to be 2 world championships. Yeah,
and he was the face of SmackDown during that brand split.
Yeah, those 6 months were great television. SmackDown Live.
Yeah, he
and
was
2016.
He's also underrated for his ability to make television entertaining, even when it's not a match. So he's got a really good country boy sense of humor. And that feud he had with that sort of feud and also friendship he had with James Ellsworth was actually entertaining. He had some pretty awful feuds in TNA, but I think that's a booking thing. But yeah, he gave Jeff Jarrett arguably his best match, so that's also something. But yeah, no, he is a phenomenal in-ring performer. He's not even on my list. I'm just talking about him because I wanted to follow on what you said.
Yeah.
It's great.
Yeah. Love Stars. I think he's a sort of like... I'm very nostalgic for his early run, that first sort of year.
There was a magic around it. And he was so over.
It was very... Like, the WWE was in the whole branding of the new era with Shane and Stephanie. It's fucking... very strange, but at the same time, there's a lot of stuff from that time period that, especially with the end of 2015, sort of with like Cena's Open Challenge, so many debuts of like Sammy, Kevin, like, and then obviously with the turn of the year, Styles coming in, there was a very, with the rise of NXT as well. With that, there was it's a very underrated time, even though where there's some really bad stuff, obviously with all the stuff with Roman and stuff, but there's some really good stuff there. In that sort of 2-year period,
it felt like there was a creative reset, and I feel like it was inspired heavily by the success of NXT on the WWE network.
Yes, yeah.
That sort of 2014, 2015, it really went, oh, this is what people want to see. Yeah. And obviously you had like, the popularity of the Bullet Club as well was big around that time.
Yes, it was massive at that time.
Well, speaking of TNA alumni, my next choice is someone that exudes absolute swagger and confidence. And no, it's not Jack Swagger. He's nowhere near this list. My next choice is Samoa Joe.
Snap.
Yeah. There's very few people that just walking to the ring is able to win me over. And he's also one of those guys that has been great in every single promotion he's ever been in, whether that be in Ring of Honor or TNA or NXT or main roster WWE or AEW or Ring of Honor again under Tony Khan. Samoa Joe is just so charismatic. He is so dominant. He is so threatening, scary, but he also has that swagger to him. He is one of those guys where, again, he makes you believe everything he says and does is real. When he walks, literally the way he walks to the ring is enough to win anyone over. That. And with, he's had quite a few different theme songs, obviously, because of intellectual property, but the theme that Dale Oliver gave him, the Crush You Up theme or the Nation of Violence, and then with CFO's, that what's the WWE theme called? I can't remember. Yeah, the second version.
I can't remember what it's called.
I think it's called like Destroyer or something. That CFO theme, and then obviously Mikey Ruckus's theme for him as well, the most recent one. There is a swagger to his walk that matches with those songs, where he walks to the ring and sways his shoulders, and he's got that towel around his neck, and he has that look on his face like, I'm the man. And he's just this big, thick, chunky, heavyweight Samoan. He gets in there, he kicks ass. He has such a great sense of humor as well. The spot that never gets old is when someone tries to fly at him and he just walks away with that smug face.
Never get old about the spot.
Yeah. And he's so captivating with his just absolute, I mean, he can be a fun babyface, but his best work is as a heel, because when he's just able to embrace being an asshole, it's so fun.
Yeah, definitely. When he's like an absolute, he can either be a sarcastic bully, or an absolutely sadistic monster. He can play both parts so well.
To sort of emphasize that, obviously his feud with CM Punk and Ring of Honor is legendary. Those 60-minute matches are unbelievable. He had some great moments in TNA, like that triple threat with Styles and Daniels. But you go to WWE, and he has those, like, that promo against those promos against AJ Styles when he's talking about his wife. You just see him standing in a pub with a beer, and he's just like, "I'm gonna give Wendy a call, and your kids are gonna have a new daddy." Like, that's the thing, and like, Wendy.
Such a weird feud in hindsight.
Yeah. And then his feud with Brock Lesnar as well. Like, you listen to me, we're gonna shake this out, boy. Like, that whole fatal four, if you're going to SummerSlam, like the Great Balls of Fire, like the way he's able to have that energy with Brock is so good.
Yeah.
And
it's those matches where you really wish they pulled the trigger on Joe at times.
Yeah, and then like there's even stuff like when he was injured and he had to go on commentary and he was in a poncho in the rain at WrestleMania was just the funniest fucking thing.
Bloody hell.
It's so funny. But then even like later that year when he returned to NXT to face up with Karrion Kross, just the eye contact, the way he spoke to him.
Wasn't he released like days later after that?
Yeah, after he won the belt, yeah. He got released and then brought back and then released again when NXT 2.0 started.
Like, I think after Mania 36. Yeah. Oh no, 37, sorry. The year after was when everyone came back. He was then released like what, days later?
Yeah.
It was really
and then brought back by Triple H. Yeah, his last appearance in WWE was appearing on a video screen relinquishing the NXT title.
Oh god. Yeah.
Yeah.
Ugh.
Yeah. But like that whole thing of like no one trusts Samoa Joe because he's so selfish. And then obviously you have that feud, that mini feud he had with CM Punk on Collision. They had that match and they go to shake hands like the code of honor, and then he puts him in the Coquina clutch and he's like, "I was always better than you! I was always better than you!" Like and then like that there's that meme of him, he's just like, "Is the match over?" And they say yes, and he throws the headset up and runs in the ring. It's so funny. And like in the all-in match when he gets CM Punk by the legs and chucks him into the table. And then obviously he's had his feud with MJF. One of the things I love about his feud with MJF is that a lot of MJF's feuds with promos get really personal and they care a lot about what they're saying. One of the things that makes the Joe feud unique is that he doesn't care. It's not complicated. It's not, we have this history, this happened, this is the reasons. It's just, I pushed you because I thought you were a little punk bitch. Like, you know, when MJF was in his security in NXT. It's like he doesn't care about MJF's history. He doesn't care that he was bullied. Why does it matter to him? He just wants to win the title. And he pushed him because he can. Because he felt like it. You know, that there is that simplistic ignorance to Samoa Joe that makes him such a great heel of a character. And obviously in ring he's exceptional power wrestler, great martial arts background. The Muscle Buster is a great move. Obviously, the Tyson Kidd retirement is tragic, but it's still a great move when it's done right. The Coquina clutch, the Uranagi, the big spin kick he does. Obviously, walking away from springboard moves, and also when Joe like gets in fans' faces in the crowd and really heals it up. It's so good.
Oh yeah,
yeah.
He's a great trash talker.
What are you gonna do about it, boy? You know, he really feels there's something very scary about him. And he's not afraid to hold back. He's really, really committed to being an asshole. And I love that about him. I love it. He's effortless. I have loved Samoa Joe every company I've watched him wrestling. All of them. He's just incredible.
Yeah. I think Joe's great worker, fantastic trash talker. This sort of rejuvenation of him at the moment is, other than relinquishing the ROH TV title, which was fucking stupid. I'm really enjoying this sort of revitalization of his sort of career in a way, because in WWE it always felt like he could only get so far with how good he was, because they never really wanted to pull the trigger on him which was a shame
He
because a
should have-
world champion Samoa
He should have
Joe
he should have beaten
yeah.
Brock at Great Balls of Fire. I remain to this day. He should have beaten Brock.
Yeah, very much agreed. Because he is fantastic, and it is you can just put him in any main event picture easily. But yeah, Joey matches are always so brutal, very fun. Watching him absolutely just take Punk to school for a long while at All In was extremely entertaining. Even as someone who was cheering for Punk, you can't help but just find it so entertaining, the whole match, just everything about it. Yeah. Joe is great. He's so intense, but so eloquently brutal in a way. You can't really describe it. Yeah, Joe's just fantastic and always fun watching him wrestle against anybody.
It's interesting because you would think he's an MMA fighter, but he isn't. But he makes you think he is one.
Oh, you believe he'll absolutely beat the shit out of you.
Yeah. He has those like thick fists. Like I've never seen someone with such massive fists.
Yeah.
Yeah. And there's always that one thing that really creeps me out about Samoa Joe is that middle finger on one of his hands is bent down. I think he's got like some kind of injury to it. It's really disgusting to look at, but it shows you the kind of fights he's been in.
Yeah.
Yeah. Unfortunately, again, like some of the other people on this list, Joe does get a lot of injuries. He's very injury prone. Part of that is probably because he's doing a lot of high risk stuff and he's carrying a lot of weight around. Hey everyone, so it's been brought to my attention that I did not remember to put all 25 of my favorites in the main recording that I did with Callum. There was one name I missed out, and that was Mick Foley. So I just wanted to take the time to quickly add him in to this video because he's part of my favorite 25 wrestlers. Obviously, Mick Foley is one of the best promos ever. He's got some of the great interviews, especially that one with Jim Ross. And his range and his ability to play so many different characters, obviously with Mankind, Cactus Jack, and Dude Love, and even playing a sort of version of himself that's an amalgamation of the three, if you will. And he took some of the most insane risks that the business has ever seen, you know, especially the hardcore matches, most famously being the Hell in a Cell match with The Undertaker. He had great runs in WCW, in ECW, and obviously in WWF, WWE, they want to call it. His title wins, especially the one against The Rock, his first one on Raw, is a famous moment. He's such a likable and charismatic person in wrestling, and I have, just nothing to good things to say about him. And also, you know, sort of not only being such a big fan of Terry Funk and paying homage to that sort of rabid dog and unhinged wrestler, but also given someone of his sort of build and, you know, the fact that he doesn't fit the mold. I think that Mick Foley really went above and beyond to make wrestling great when he's around. And there's so many memorable moments from the Attitude Era that were featuring him. And he was just bucket loads of entertainment. And so many great matches too. Great psychologist as well as a great hardcore wrestler. And always entertaining and always great to watch. So that's Mick Foley, absolutely deserving to be on my 25 favorite wrestlers.
All right, well, I guess this would actually mix well with my last two. Another sort of big TNA person, but also big WWE. Next one is Kurt Angle.
Snap. He was going to be my last. He was going to be my last choice because I think he's the ultimate talent.
Well, you were in that me for Punk, so.
Oh, there we go.
Kurt. So first of all, I feel like in recent times, in the last year or two, there's been this big wave on wrestling Twitter where he has become very memeable with his sort of late WWE and early TNA run where he would just fucking scream all the time. And I just see those clips on Twitter all the time. and it's great, funny.
Yeah.
Mainly because of Deadlock, who have really popularized that.
It's whenever there's like a picture of a hot woman, there's comments of that first TNA Kurt Angle promo where he goes, yeah. Yeah.
It's such a good clip. And yeah, Pulse, I think mainly Pulse has really put that over on Deadlock. That famous, when that bunch of TNA episodes recently got published in like full HD, that clip is now just gone everywhere of him just going, yeah. It's fucking crazy. It's so good. But on the other side of it, what an absolutely fantastic all-rounder. Like Danielson, he is an all-rounder on every category and is A+ in all those categories. Not only is he a great worker, but he is at his peak, he was insanely fucking funny, who could easily do comedy and slip back into seriousness in so many different ways. Jimmy Cool, and I don't care. That shit is fucking amazing.
Yep.
Yippee-ki-yay.
Yeah, I'm a sexy
cowboy.
I'm a sexy I'll make your ankle hurt.
The best wrestlers for me, because he for me is like top 5, are the ones who can do so much. They're not just one sort of side of their character. They have so much facets to them. And
his range
for me,
his range is insane.
Yeah, he could go from goofy comedy heel who just got a chance you suck and he reacts badly to it, to be an absolutely wrestling machine brutalizer. It's so fucking insane
to being like a really, really heroic babyface after 9/11 as well, winning the title.
Yes.
Like this, he has everything.
He does. And in his life, he's gone through a lot, especially during his TNA days. But I'm thankful he's someone who's fought through that, and we managed to get him for a couple of years even on Raw. Even then, he was quite memeable. That famous picture of him about to get punched by Triple H is very funny.
I love them.
Yeah,
there's that promo where he fires Kevin Owens and Sami Zayn. He's just like, oh no, sorry, Shane fired them from SmackDown. He's just like, well, we have no spots on Raw, but I hear TNA are hiring.
When that happened, oh my god, I remember. I think I watched that episode live, or at the very least within the 24 hours. Bloody hell, that's crazy. My tag team division is full, but I hear that TNA is hiring. It's what a fucking line. That was the first sort of big moment they actually mentioned TNA properly, because that was during that time where they were very close to going down under and just completely going TNA. That was crazy times. But yeah, and he actually had a banging match at 34 in that tag match, which was very fucking fun. Then the next year, it was a bit of a sad ending with the whole Baron Corbin stuff, which is not really a great way to end his career.
Should have been Cena.
But something like that. Or Chad Gable. Just something like that. Easy answers you can give. But yeah, Kurt is so likable, so funny, charismatic, having great matches at Brock Lesnar at Mania as well. That match is great. Just yeah, he's fantastic. He's definitely an all-timer. So many great matches, promos, and all that. He's in his prime. He is one of the best in-ring performers with one of the best performed characters for me. So many great stuff you can look back on, and yeah, lovely stuff. He is so fucking entertaining in his heyday.
Yep. Yeah, I think the magic of Kurt Angle really is, despite the fact that he's an Olympic gold medalist, he won a gold medal with a broken freaking neck. Despite the fact that he's one of the most legit guys to be in WWE, he didn't take himself too seriously. He was able to have fun with his character, which made him both one of the greatest professional wrestlers, but also one of the greatest sports entertainers of all time as well. simultaneously. And he came in right at the peak of the Attitude Era, and he's still, in his first year, when he was with such intense competition, still became one of the greatest ever within that first year, despite that. And his feud with Triple H and Stephanie is fucking hysterical. It's so fun. Top tier. And that Royal Rumble match where Taz debuted and beat him was fucking great. Then you've got his matches with The Rock and with Steve Austin were insanely good. You got that feud he had with Edge where he shaved his head bald, which actually kind of helped him in the long run. It became his iconic look. Yeah, he had his matches with Chris Benoit are unbelievable. That match at Royal Rumble 2003 is one of the greatest in-ring performances ever. Obviously, I can't not mention his feud with Brock Lesnar. It's genuinely incredible, the stuff they did in the ring, especially that Iron Man match from SmackDown is like one of I think it was the best Iron Man match of all time, but I think it's been beaten since by MJF versus Bryan. But for a long time, it was the best one. Then you've got his matches with Eddie Guerrero, with Shawn Michaels. Jesus Christ. I think his most underrated match is the match he had with The Undertaker at No Way Out 2006. That match is that is a 5-star match. The match he had with Rey Mysterio at SummerSlam 02 is probably the best opener to a pay-per-view I think there's ever been. It's one of them, at least. It's just a perfect little match. Then you go to TNA, his matches with Samoa Joe, his matches with AJ Styles. Jesus Christ, man. What a performer. There's that spot that's always on Twitter and TNA where he does that somersault off the stage, and he gets so much airtime from it. It's like genuinely unbelievable. He's just one of the most incredible athletes to ever step foot in the ring. Just all his moves are so fluid. He's very rarely botches. Like, he's so fine-tuned as an athlete and as a technician, but also as a storyteller. His facial expressions, when he gets that ankle lock in and his face just screws up and with anger, like he locks it in, sits down and just screams at the ref. And and also that moment when ECW came back in 2006 and Paul Heyman brought in Kurt Angle and he was the wrestling machine, and he had that persona briefly. Oh, it's just magic. So yeah, he's the perfect complete package. He's everything you could want from a pro wrestler. He's a great in-ring performer. He's a great storyteller. He has vast range. He has a great character. His championship reigns are world class. His matches are incredible. His career was during a very hot time in the business. He's a great promo, great talker. He can do serious, he can do funny, he can do sad, he can do happy. He can be a babyface, he can be a heel. It's just like, what can't he do? Is there anything that Kurt Angle can't do? He's just perfect. So, yeah. I feel like him not being on someone's top list is questionable. Like, I really don't see what he doesn't have that he would need to have to convince someone that he's one of the greatest of all time. Just an unbelievable talent. Right, should it be my next choice now?
Oh, yes.
Well, speaking of TNA, we seem to be on a bit of a TNA string here. My next choice is Sting! As Tony Schiavone would say. Yeah, so again, talking about longevity with Terry Funk, Sting is very much in that boat. But I think what makes Sting so special is that he is one of the most natural baby faces ever. He's one of those guys where he doesn't have to force anything by the things he says or the things he does. There is something about Sting that is so likable, and it's so universally appealing. Even in any persona, whether that be his Surfer Sting persona, whether that be the Crow or Joker Sting, or even Wolfpack Sting, he has this ability to connect with an audience. And I think when you had a period of time defined by people like Hulk Hogan and Ric Flair when Sting came into WCW and really took over in the 90s. He was something different to that in the sense that he didn't have I wouldn't necessarily call Hulk Hogan's connection with the audience contrived, but it's very deliberate, it's very telegraphed. Sting had a very natural charisma where it felt effortless. And there's just something about that guy, Steve Borden. Every time you see him, the way he speaks, the way he talks, he's just such a likable person. And he's also gutsy as well. I mean, you talk about in his 60s, he's still doing massive moves and getting himself in danger. And his presentation as well is unbelievable. Like the entrance and the music and the face paint, the coat, the bat, like it's in the music, it's so picturesque, and he feels like a character straight out of a movie. And you know, he has so many of those crowd popping moves, like, you know, the Scorpion Death Drop and Deathlock and the Stinger Splash. You know, not one of the greatest technicians of all time, but his matches were very over, and he was able to get a crowd invested in wanting to see him win. And that, in a lot of ways, is one of the most important aspects. And that period of time in 96 when the NWO took over and he transitioned his character, and there was a lot of questions for like 18 months about what is Sting doing, where does his allegiance lie? It's one of the most intriguing storylines in wrestling. That whole thing of the NWO thinks that he's on their side because he's dressing in black and white, and he gets the mic and he says, the only thing that's sure for Sting is that nothing's for sure. And then he doesn't say a word for another year. He stays completely silent, sitting in the stands, and then sometimes he'll come down to the ring and beat people up with a bat. With the NWO taking over the whole company and becoming the big force, having Sting be the person that represents the opposite to that it was so well done. And, you know, it's not been perfect. Some of his TNA stuff was off. Some of his WCW booking was a bit messy. The Wolfpack stuff is not great. The stuff with RoboCop is really cringe. And obviously his WWE run was a massive waste of time in a lot of ways. But I think as a performer and as a talent, Sting is a really special part of the history of this business. And I'm very much looking forward to watching his retirement match at Revolution. And I think you're damn lucky that you got to see him wrestle at Wembley Stadium in that really fun casket match. His chemistry with Swerve Strickland is really fun. Yep. So yeah, Stinger. The Stinger is one of my favorites. Who's your next choice?
Well, speaking of more, I guess, TNA and that tag team match at All In, my next one is Christian Cage.
Oh, he was also in my honorable mentions. Right.
One of the matches I watched in preparation for this list, I watched a couple of matches just to be sure on a couple of people. I re-watched Christian Cage versus Randy Orton at SummerSlam 2011, which is a fucking great match. That match is fucking awesome because it's a great little character development from Christian in his little heel run to actually fucking trying, and it's really good and it's very brutal. But yeah, Christian Cage is one of the most underrated wrestlers probably ever, because he was always the second guy to Edge. Because Edge is so charismatic and he's great, but Christian Cage for me is such a great worker. He's such a great promo. He's such a great character. I think this sort of run he's having, this last year he's had, and so has really shine a light of what kind of creative mind he has. This run he's had with the TNT title, when it first went on Luchasaurus and him claiming he was TNT champion, and then they actually put the belt on him, but he's claiming he's been holding the belt the whole time, is fucking genius. And he's having great matches still. Even to this day, he's fucking great. But back then, he was was fucking hilarious. What him and Edge were all their promos fucking insanely funny, but also putting off great matches. He had a great match with Jeff Jarrett for the NWA Championship when he first left WWE on his own accord, and then won it, proving that he could be a main eventer. In my mind, he absolutely could have been in his heyday, be a proper main eventer, which is a bit of a shame. But they gave him that World Championship reign and great story with Orton, which I absolutely adore. That mainly was probably for the amount of content they did and stuff like that. It probably is feud of that year, rivaled by Cena and Punk. I'm glad now that Christian is getting his plaudits because he is such a creative mind, great promo, fantastic worker. And yeah, I absolutely adore Christian because he's everything he's doing right now is just utterly hilarious with the whole dead father stuff. Is just so fucking hell. And when he gets to new levels of insanity, it's so great.
I loved it on the Swerve podcast. So he says, "Well, my inspiration behind this character is no redeeming qualities." Yep, no redeeming qualities he's at all.
He is great.
The way Fantastic. He wrestles in a turtleneck, despite the fact that he's jacked.
Yeah, he is so good. He's such a great worker. Pulls off some great matches.
Yep,
in his career.
His little mini feud with
has fucking amazing theme songs.
Oh yeah. Especially like the ones based off the Evanescence song. They're all great. The Waterproof Blonde version of Just Close Your Eyes is, and also the TNA, what's it called? I think it's called
the one he uses now, yeah.
Yeah, it's the one he used in TNA as well. I think it's called Takeover. Yeah, they're both based on that Evanescence song, and it's so good.
So good.
And then obviously, you've got his run in the Attitude Era, tag teaming with Edge with the TLC matches.
Yeah.
It's awesome. The comedy, the comedy, those comedy segments are great. And obviously he had that feud with Jericho. He had the tag team with Jericho in 2003. And then he had that match with Jericho at WrestleMania where he kissed Trish Stratus after. It was the Canadian match. And of course, in 2005, he had that mini feud with Cena, and he was stealing the show, and he was basically making fun of his rapping gimmick. And he had that little brief promo off with Vince McMahon. It's so funny. Yeah. Now, yeah. Anyone who wants to know my thoughts on Christian Cage, go watch the underrated videos we did, because I put them on my most underrated. He's so good. Well, yeah, I guess speaking of TNA, we mentioned Sting before. My next choice is the Nature Boy Ric Flair. Although TNA is arguably the worst part of his career.
Hey, he had that woo off with Jay Lethal.
That's true. I forgot. That is true. The woo off with Jay Lethal was incredible. But yeah, no, this is not a surprise. A lot of people have Ric Flair in their GOAT tier. Again, longevity, much like Terry Funk, this guy has a lot of longevity. Sometimes you could argue it's too much longevity in the case of TNA. Yes, I would say so. But also that did play a part in his character in his last run in WWE as well. The whole thing in 2008, when he was saying to Vince, "I will never retire." And Vince said to him, "The next time you lose a match, you have to retire. It's your last match in WWE." And of course, that led to the match with Shawn Michaels at WrestleMania 24, which is such an emotional send-off. The "I'm sorry, I love you." But to sort of emphasize before that, he came in as a heavyweight wrestler early in his career. and he had that plane accident where he broke his back, and so he had to lose weight to still compete, you know, be able to actually have matches. And he turned into this wrestler who could go for 60 minutes every night of every day of the year, pretty much. He worked like 300 days a year in the 70s and the 80s, which is just like the most insane schedule you could possibly do. And he worked like an hour. When it wasn't on TV, he would work an hour-long time limit draw match pretty much every night when he was champion. Flair is the last really, truly recognized traveling world champion. He's one of those guys where when he had the big gold belt and also the 10 pounds of gold belt before that with NWA, when he would go to towns, he would fill out the arena even though people hadn't seen him necessarily on TV. I mean, by the mid-80s, that was more common, but they hadn't even seen him wrestle on TV at that point. And it's one of those things of, you go to see Flair because so many people would talk about him. He was a household name based on his impact even at live events, let alone on TV. And he could have that Broadway match with anyone. And he had so much style and charisma, and his promos were unbelievable. Like, we're talking about some of the best talkers of all time. Flair is right up there with The Rock and with Punk and with Austin and Heyman. Like, he's right up there. His ability to cut captivating promos. There's that famous one he does in the Dusty Rhodes feud. You know, it's the same feud as the Hard Times promo with for Dusty, where Flair says, you know, I have these alligator shoes that cost more than your house. My diamond rings cost more than your car. And I have 10 women waiting for me outside to ride Space Mountain. Like, it's just, he is the most extravagant, I'm better than you, and I'm rich, and you can't have what I have heel that there is. And the energy and the flair, if you will, that long white hair and the robes and the big gold belt, it's so iconic. And like those bird's eye shots of blood all over the mat, and like with the steel cage and the brutal matches like with Harley Race and Terry Funk and Dusty Rhodes, and obviously Ricky Steamboat being probably his best opponent. And when he goes to WWF in the early 90s because of Jim Herd, and he wins the Royal Rumble match, which I still to this day think is one of, if not the best Royal Rumble match of all time, at least in terms of storytelling and booking. And he holds the Winged Eagle belt and he says, with a tear in my eye, this is the greatest moment of my life. Like, that whole promo is just, it encapsulates what wrestling really is. And we talk about how great that brief, nearly lived up run of Punk being the real world's champion on Collision was. Ric Flair did that for real in 1991. He took the WCW big gold belt to WWF and had it on TV illegally. Like, that's how ballsy he was to shove it to Jim Herd. Is he took their belt and put it on TV, and WCW had to make a new belt in its place. And yeah, his feud with Randy Savage as well is famous. The iconography of the Four Horsemen is a great storyline. His feud with Sting as well. And that promo he cuts when the NWO is taking over WCW and him and Arn Anderson come out and basically they scream to the fans about reclaiming what WCW rightfully is such a great promo. And obviously all the world title reigns, not only as there's so many of them, WWE will tell you there's 16, there's actually about 21 if you include all the technicalities and you include like the international title, which was the big gold belt for a year. But also the there were long reigning championships too. He was such a reliable draw. But then you get to his WWE run with Evolution, and that's like a whole nother chapter on top of his legacy. And his entertaining comedy, the dirtiest player in the game, the woo, the, you know, running against the ropes and elbowing his jacket. It's just such crazy. And like obviously the flare flop as well is famous. Even in like 2006 when he was in the Money in the Bank match and got superplexed off a ladder. It's like dude, this guy's like nearly 56 years old or something, like 57. I just think Flair embodies everything that a pro wrestler is, and it's, yeah, he really is one of the greats. I think he has a lot of issues personally. He has a lot of alcohol problems. He has a lot of problems with women, you know, a lot of divorces. Obviously his son died, which was a massive hit to him, and it really messed him up massively. And I think, yeah, he has a lot of moral issues too, but when you look at his legacy as a wrestler and as a character and as an iconic figure, the guy is still appearing in like rap music videos and whatnot. He's so talented. And the fact that that whole career happened after he nearly died in a plane crash is quite remarkable. Just don't talk about the plane ride from hell though, because that's really bad. But yeah, Ric Flair is my next choice.
Well, my last one was Christian Cage, so I guess my next one should be the Rated R superstar Adam Copeland / Edge.
And that's going to be a snap.
Yeah. Yeah, him coming back in 2020 was one of the hypest moments of probably this decade. It's fucking, what a moment that was. Fucking hell. Him coming back after being forced to retire in 2011, coming back 9 years later to one of the loudest pops ever, to one of the best moments of the last 10 years. Even, it's fucking, yeah, what a moment that was. Insane. Great promo. Has really great matches. Great emotional weight to a lot of his matches and stories. Loves the business like no one else. I think whenever he's champion, his iconic belt was the world title. I think in the modern era, him having the world title was probably one of the most iconic holders, and it was so well fitted to him. It looks so good, so great on him. Yeah, he has some amazing matches, and he has so many iconic moments in his career that are so memorable. The Money in the Bank cash in, his return at the Rumble for the first time, obviously his second. He had great feuds with Cena, Undertaker, great stuff with Orton. You know, his partnership with Lita was iconic. There's some iffy bits around it, sure, but
like sex celebration
stuff. And the Matt Hardy
obviously
stuff,
his tag team with Christian as well is so good.
Yeah.
TLC matches.
Like we talked about. Yeah, they made his career.
The feud with Kurt Angle
match. Yeah, you can't help but not love Edge, and he's gone to AEW, and he's gonna hopefully make a brand new fantastic feud with Christian, over these next couple months. Yeah, it's beautiful stuff that he's able to finish his career on his terms. I think he has run these last 3 years. I think there have been highs, but I think other than probably the Roman feud and the majority of the Seth feud, I think there are times where it felt like his return run was a bit wasted. I think it was unfortunate what happened with the pandemic, with his feud with Orton, because I think that was before the lockdown happened. They were on hitting a really good bar of consistent stuff on TV with that story. But I think when the pandemic hit, they tried to do something different than probably what they were going to do, and it just didn't work, unfortunately.
During the Judgment Day, he kind of fizzled out.
Yeah, he had a big run of coming back every couple of months after facing the Judgment Day and not ending that feud for like a year.
Why did he feud with The Miz?
Yeah, feud with The Miz for like a couple of months, which was very strange. I don't know why they did that. His Rumble win, though, in 2021 was fantastic, and his match with Roman and Danielson, as I mentioned briefly, is. It's funny how people thought going into that match that Roman was going to lose the title, and then 2 years later we thought the same thing, and it didn't happen either. That one more so is ridiculous the second time, but yeah, that match was awesome, and yeah, absolutely love him because he is iconic, and he has probably one of the best theme songs of all time.
Yep. Metalingus is so good.
It's fucking great.
Yep. And I want to point out what I think might be his best night in the business was No Way Out 2009, when he lost one chamber match and then won another one. And he went from being WWE champion to world heavyweight champion. It's like one of the most interesting things the brand split ever did. Because he lost it and then he took Kofi's spot and then won the other belt on the other brand. Yeah, I think his peak run is 2005 to 2009. That is him at his best. Probably inclusive of a bit of 2010, like at the start when he returned at the Rumble as well. But mainly it's when he wins Money in the Bank and he's paired with Lita. And then up on, like, through that, the Matt Hardy feud, then winning the belt of Cena, the subsequent feud with Cena. The match with Mick Foley at WrestleMania is so good. The barbed wire and like the spear through the flaming table. It's just one of those moments that
very iconic.
Very iconic. The matches with the Undertaker as well were insanely good. Like it's one of I think the most underrated WrestleMania main events is the match he had with Undertaker at 24. It's a very strong match. On top of that, the ladder match or TLC, whatever it was, at Extreme Rules, and then the Hell in a Cell match at SummerSlam, they're all great. His feud with Jeff Hardy as well, like the way the whole thing of Hardy over 2008 building up to winning a world title, and it happens right at the end of the year off Edge. I also mentioned in the Money in the Bank video about the sort of the irony of it, of he wins the first one and cashes in, he steals his second one off Mr. Kennedy and wins off The Undertaker on the other brand. But then in 2008, CM Punk cashes in on Edge for that, like, karma. Is a great bit of storytelling. He's one of the best benefactors of the brand split existing, because his trading between Raw and SmackDown was so well done each time. And I've always said I love that promo he cuts on Cena before WrestleMania in 2009. They're like, I hate your face, I hate your hat, I hate your shirt, I hate the C Nation, I hate everything about you. Like, it's such a great promo. And whilst the matches and the pandemic thing was disappointing, the promos that Randy and Edge cut on each other before that match were so intense. It was very, very powerful stuff. And like you said, I hope he gets to have his retirement. I also, this wasn't even when he was active, but when Cena was having that feud with Brock in 2012, Edge came back out of retirement and had that promo when he's just like, "What happened to you, John?" You know, that was such a great promo, and he's a very, very good facial actor. Even that really unique period of time in early 2021 after he won the Royal Rumble, and he was going around to all the brands and like inspecting what his opportunities were. He even went to NXT, and you know, at the time I think it was Finn Balor was champion, and he got involved in NXT, and then he had a face-off with Karrion Kross, and Kross said, only as, you know, over the course of time I will be champion again. And then Edge said, well, I might come back down here and you won't like that. You know, like, he's so creative, and his attention to detail, the fact that he designs all of his attires is really impressive.
That's cool, yeah.
He has a lot of creative input to all of his character work and stuff, and yeah, hopefully in AEW he has some really good stuff. I mean, already the Go Fuck Yourself promo from Dynamite with Christian Cage was so good.
Yeah.
Yeah. And that whole thing of Sting basically telling Edge, you know, wake up and realize that this guy's an asshole. You know, I thought Lex Luger was my friend and I shouldn't have trusted him either. Like, that's a great little tie-in. But yeah, no, he's a really nice guy. He's passionate about the business. He's able to tell great stories in the ring. He's fantastic promo, very charismatic, very unique character with the ultimate opportunist and the rated R superstar. And yeah, his retirement in 2011 was massively heartbreaking because he was such a big star. And it's sad that he left right before the pipe bomb and everything started to change, because the industry got really hot right after he left. But yeah, I'm very much looking forward to seeing how he gets sent off in the next few years.
Definitely.
Yeah. On this day. So we snapped, which means I should go to my next choice. I mentioned Ric Flair before. One of his greatest rivals was against Ricky the Dragon Steamboat, who is my next choice. He is like the Bryan Danielson of the 80s and the early 90s, in the sense that he maybe not quite as violent, but he brings a specific style of in-ring finesse to an era that is very lacking in it, especially in the WWF. His match with Randy Savage at WrestleMania 3 is so head and shoulders above its era. It's like unbelievable how good that match is compared to everything else that's happening in the WWF at that time in terms of in-ring. Everything he does in the ring is so perfectly mastered. It's crisp, it's finesse, it's so... The technique is so on point. He has the best arm drag I've ever seen. He had an amazing feud with Ric Flair in WCW. Those matches are just perfect. They're so well done. And sort of to end his early career, but because of injuries, he had that great feud with Stunning Steve Austin for the US title as well. Yeah, Steamboat is also one of those guys that never changed. He was always a babyface because he is so naturally likable, and he is one of the best in-ring workers of his time, and he's a massive pioneer in that regard in terms of mainstream American wrestling, having a guy like him on the scene. I mean, he had great matches even back to the 70s before TV was around. But yeah, just a fantastic athlete. Definitely seems like the kind of guy that has a lot of discipline in his game, and he lives a very healthy lifestyle. You know, he's a very, in contrast to Flair, who was all, you know, about indulgence and living a high life. Steamboat was a family man, and he represented that babyface sort of value. And one of the most impressive things he ever did was when he came back to wrestle in 2009 at WrestleMania against Jericho in that handicap match, and then also he had the rematch at Backlash. And despite the fact that he was in his 50s or 60s or whatever he was at the time, he could still go in the ring like he used to. It was like insane how athletic he was for his age. Of course, briefly he appeared in AEW recently with the whole Ricky Starks thing with Bryan Danielson and CM Punk. Yeah. That was all great too. I think Steamboat has some of the he's one of the most honorable wrestlers, and he's very respected for his ability. You know, not like an insanely talented or gifted promo or anything, but he had a bit like Bret Hart, he had a relatable character and a relatable energy. And yeah, he kind of, around that time, films like, you know, The Karate Kid were very popular, and he had that sort of same appeal for that time of, like, you know, kids wanted to be like Ricky Steamboat because he wrestled like a martial artist. But he wasn't like over the top violent, he just had a lot of finesse and technique, and he was very good at what he did. But, you know, as I said, that match with Randy Savage at WrestleMania is just, it's so well done. So yeah, Ricky the Dragon Steamboat gets on my list. Who is your next choice?
Ooh. Well, I don't think we've had any women yet, so I guess we should fix that. My next one is Becky Lynch.
Ooh, okay.
Yeah, I think Becky's one of the most, in terms of her whole career, probably one of the most underrated wrestlers. She's very big, and she had a big fucking run as big time Bex and the man. But it's there's still this, in terms of actual wrestling, people like put, you know, you got the, if you go your Charlotte Flairs when she's actually at it, it was Sasha Banks, Bailey, Bianca Belair, Io Sky, Asuka. You've got Kairi Sane, who's just returned. Becky, I think, is one of the most entertaining women's wrestlers of the modern age, realistically. And it was all mainly thanks to the fact that, for some reason, the WWE wanted to turn her heel when everyone else wanted her to be face badly against Charlotte. And then you obviously got the very famous punch to the face from Nia that kind of made her career in some ways, but she was always going to be a main event in my eyes. I think she is insanely entertaining, great promos when they give her actually good material. Her run as big time Bex, I think, is very, very good, and it's a great story for her. I think at times they don't book the whole Bianca Becky stuff correctly, even though it ended, I think, very well in their Mania match, which was very good. One of my favorite Mania matches, along with like, you know, Charlotte and Ripley. Those two matches are up there for me in terms of Mania women's matches. And along with Sasha and Bianca, that was also another banger. But Becky in ring is very good. I think she has very good matches with a lot of people. She can have a good match with pretty much everyone. Her modern day feud with Trish, I think, is really solidified her as Trish of our age. There's so much good work she does in these kind of feuds where, you know, that's a tough feud to take. So many people were like, if that was Charlotte in that position, I don't imagine it works as well with Trish.
I mean, Charlotte did have a match with Trish, but it wasn't a massive feud.
No. It never felt there was any kind of story. It felt more like a dream match story that didn't even, in that sense, really pay that kind of story off. With Becky and Trish, there was the way it culminated. I think that steel cage match is awesome. That's one of my favorite steel cage matches they've done in recent times. The feud was so fun. It got Zoe Stark involved, which I think was a very good twist to the tale. But I think there's so much in Becky's career, and she's still got so much more, I think, in my opinion, to go, with some great matches on the horizon. And her run with the NXT belt, I think, was it was what they kind of wanted to do with Charlotte, but they didn't seem to know what to do with it. But Becky's run has really benefited, I think, a lot of people. I think
it was a satisfying thing because she never won the title when she had her first NXT run.
Exactly. It was a good story, even if it was made by accident.
Because
Tiffany Stratton's pro.
The moment she became a star was when she lost to Sasha Banks at TakeOver in that match.
Yeah.
That was when she debuted the orange hair and the steampunk and everything. Mm-hmm. She got really over in that match.
I remember when I first ever saw her, she was like redhead, like dark hair. Oh, like brunette. Heel.
Yeah, in the one
very strange.
In the one 4 horsewoman fatal 4-way match they did, that was what her character was back then.
Yeah, it's very, very strange looking back on it now. But yeah, I think Becky's great, and I think she has done so much in the last 5 years to really elevate women's wrestling to a main event level from storyline perspective. Yeah, I think she's incredibly underrated, but she obviously, in terms of her character, is very much main event level, but her work in ring, I think, is very much goes unnoticed. I think she's a fucking great wrestler.
She's a ballsy, gutsy wrestler too. Like, she goes through a lot of pain.
Mm-hmm.
The fact that she had a baby and then came back in such amazing shape as well.
Yeah. And still having banger matches.
Yeah, I think the unfortunate thing for me is I stopped watching right as she went to the top of the card. Like that, I stopped watching in 2018, and that's when she really became a big star.
That year and a half run with her. Yeah. The sad thing is they should have not done Becky 2 belts. That completely killed the fucking division for so long.
Yeah.
Very stupid.
Yeah.
And really, it should have just been Ronda Becky instead of the triple threat.
Mm-hmm. Alrighty. My next choice is someone who looked up to Ricky Steamboat, hence the WrestleMania match. And that is someone who recently has had a lot of negative energy around him. But when you look at his career as a whole, he's an absolute legend, and that is Chris Jericho. I feel like there's been a lot of harsh on Jericho because of some of the issues that he's had recently. Like he's been overexposed, and there is such a thing as having him on TV too much. And the fact that because he loses so much, losing doesn't actually have that much value anymore. But when you look at his career as a whole piece, you look at everything, it's actually remarkable what he's achieved, how he's able to be evolved, and how he's changed himself so many times and gotten over so many times in so many different eras with different opponents and different companies. You know, starting out in Canada, Europe, Japan, and Mexico, doing the, you know, he's one of the first guys to do the indies, if you know what I mean. Like, just before the indies were really a thing, when WWE bought out the territories. And he did ECW with Eddie and, you know, Malenko and Mysterio and all that. He understands that aspect of it, with that, him looking up to Ricky Steamboat really as his idol. He wanted to be like that. He wanted to be that intercontinental champion kind of wrestler. And obviously the Canadian stuff as well, with, you know, the Hearts and whatnot. But it's when he got to WCW that he really showed what he is as a character. That segment where he's feuding with Dean Malenko and he says, well, you know, you're the man of 1,000 holds, I'm the man of 1,004 holds, and he spends the whole commercial break reading out his holds, and he's just taking the absolute piss with it. It's so entertaining. And then, like you said, when he debuts in WWF on Raw with The Rock, that whole segment, you know, the countdown to the millennium, and he's, instead of Y2K, he's Y2J. And the whole presentation that he has with his entrance, like the theme music, and, you know, with his back turned, and later on when he got the light up jacket and the way he changes his hair. And he's always got this ability to do a new thing that hasn't been done. It doesn't always work. The Painmaker is cringe, and the Wizard was really silly, but like there's some things that they just click in such an amazing way. And, you know, the Y2J idea, the fact that he didn't take Lionheart from before and just do the same thing. He did something completely new when he came to WWF. And then he turned heel, he became the undisputed champion. He beat The Rock and Steve Austin the same night. His ability, like we say with range, when it's with stuff like Kurt Angle and all that, the range Jericho has to do both comedy and serious as well. And he does them both very well when he's booked right. Obviously, the feud with Triple H and Stephanie wasn't great, but he had that match at WrestleMania 19 with Shawn Michaels. That's an all-time great. His contribution around late 2002 with like the Elimination Chamber and everything was so awesome. And then you get stuff like his tag team with Christian and that match. You get the whole thing of him coming up with the Money in the Bank ladder match as well is a great thing that he was a part of. And sort of being part of introducing Cena to the main event scene. You have his match with Chris Benoit at Royal Rumble 2001. It's an amazing match. It again, like he has such a great knack for storytelling, but also, especially in his younger years, he was a very good athlete for his time, and very charismatic. And obviously, his promos when he's done well, Jericho's promos are great. He had that time off and then returned as Y2J, but then he had what is arguably his best run of all time, which is when he removed all of the gimmicks. He cut his hair short. He started wearing suits, and he wore like generic trunks. And a lot of people would call that Gordon Ramsay Jericho. It's when he had his feud with Shawn Michaels and he turned heel.
Yeah.
And he says, "I am the best in the world at what I do." And he was talking like a cold businessman. And he punched Shawn Michaels' wife in the face. And he had that amazing feud, and like he won the world title, and he had that great ladder match at No Mercy. And obviously the tag team with Big Show as well the next year. Jericho just exuded this very serious, business-like persona. And also there's the whole construction of his thing with Edge. He had that tag team with Edge, then Edge got injured, and then Edge returned and they feuded with each other. I love his exit in 2010, where he tells the anonymous general manager to shut up, and he basically has an argument with Michael Cole. And then he has his return in 2012, where he acts all excited with the light up jacket, and it's all a troll. And then he has that great feud with CM Punk, where he's like telling CM Punk about his dad, how his dad was an alcoholic, and he was pouring alcohol on CM Punk. You know, that great feud. I mean, the match at WrestleMania was good, but the match at Extreme Rules was even better, the Chicago Street Fight. It was, he took that feud very seriously, and his character was great throughout that. And then obviously the surprise return in 2013 at the Rumble with Ziggler was a great moment. And I love the line Punk said to Jericho in their feud about, "While you were dancing with stars, I was swimming with sharks." That's a great thing, because Jericho was on Dancing with the Stars. Obviously, he's multi-talented. You know, he's also a rock star as well. And he, you know, was on Dancing with the Stars. He does a bunch of things. He's a podcaster. Very multi-talented guy. And then, you know, he has this ability to, every time he has a return, he does something slightly different to change it and up the ante. He had the tag team with AJ, the Y2AJ tag team as well, that had some good entertaining stuff involved. But I think one of his other best runs was with Kevin Owens, with their tag team, and how he got like the most stupidest things over, like the list of Jericho, and, you know, drink it in, man, and it, and like all these like really stupid little catchphrases. But then the whole Festival of Friendship thing was just a genius bit of character work that really harkened back to, you know, Jericho throwing Michaels through the screen, and obviously Michaels throwing Jannetty through the barbershop window. It's all linked together. And of course, his early stuff, like his run in New Japan with Kenny and with Naito was great. And obviously the first sort of year to 2 years of AEW when he was heel with the Inner Circle was fantastic. Like his title run was really good at the start of AEW. He was really the big star of the company. And those promos he did with Cody and with Kenny and with you know, with MJF and Moxley, they were really strong at the time. And I think what has seemed to happen in recent years is he seems to be like running out of a bit of steam. He did have a really good like sort of resurrection run when he won the Ring of Honor world title, and he had a great feud with Claudio. And, you know, he had that amazing match with Eddie Kingston at Revolution 2022. That was so much fun. So sometimes he can pull out a really good one out of the bag still, but he definitely has lost his way very recently. But when you look at his career as a whole, his successes are so good, and they're so vast and different and varied, and he's been able to adapt. So I think overall it's a massive net positive for him. Yeah. So yeah, I think Jericho overall is one of the GOATs. Who's your next choice?
My next choice. Let's go for Drew McIntyre.
Well, you got the best part of his career with your viewing, because he left WWE right before you started with 3MB.
Yes.
And your first exposure to him would have been like in WCPW, right? And sort of around that time.
Yeah. Since I've mentioned this on previous videos before, but that night in London when he made a surprise appearance at WCPW, that night has been in my mind since forever, and that will never leave me. It's such a great fucking promo. But then he came back in, I think it was like a year later after that, a couple of months after that, and a good decent run in NXT. You got to the main roster, heel. Was all right, not a bad run, but it's when he turned face in 2020 and he won the Royal Rumble match, and we finally all thought, fucking hell, this is it. This is what we were fucking waiting for. Drew McIntyre in the main event, going to face Brock Lesnar in that. And by the way, fantastic Rumble match. 2020 Rumble match is fucking an all-timer Rumble. It's such a great Rumble. I love it. And it's such a great way to build Drew in that single moment to then win it to the face Brock. Booking genius, I would say. Perfectly booked for me. Unfortunately, the pandemic then hit, and it's a big shame because once Drew won the title, he pretty much carried the company on his back for a good while and never really got that moment with fans. But man, he puts on fucking great matches. That match at Clash of the Castle, I think, is probably, other than obviously the Cody match, is the one time that I truly, fully believed Roman was losing the title. When he hit that last Claymore on Roman, and by the way, that match is fantastic. Great fucking match. Loved every second of it. He hit that last Claymore. It got to the 2 count, and I generally thought the ref hit 3. So for like 2 seconds, I thought Drew had won, and I had never been more happier than that moment. I jumped. I think I stood on someone else's foot by accident in the watch party I was in. Drew, I feel like these last couple of years, Drew has finally realised that potential that Vince saw in him all those years ago. And he's really is fulfilling on that potential because he's having, whenever he's given big matches on big pay-per-views, he always delivers. That triple threat, as we previously mentioned at Mania this year, is one of the best triple threats at Mania. Never. It was such one of the best Intercontinental Championship matches at Mania ever, if not the best. It's definitely fucking up there. Drew is such a great promo. Very underrated promo. He's like one of the best, I think, in the company, who really gets a great intense vibe with him whenever he cuts intense promos. Love his moves there. He's such a great in-ring worker. He's so impressive. Despite his like size, he's so quick and like weird in terms of like transitioning moves one to another. Great power shots, all that. It's great look, everything. And I think he is. In some ways, I hope he stays in WWE because I think that is the best place that suits him. I think because he is very underrated as a like story character. I think because I think what they're doing with him right now is really, really good stuff in terms of building his heel turn. How using that loss at Clash of the Castle and how he's never gone over that, and people telling him to get over it, and how building, eventually losing to Seth at Crown Jewel cleanly is a great way of building him up his heel turn. And I hope that this heel turn really solidifies him as a top main eventer, because I think Drew champion, I think is a very interesting idea in this next year or so. I'm very intrigued by that. But yeah, I love Drew. I think Drew is insanely good in the ring. great talker, can cut an all-timer promo when you give him the right material, and he has amazing matches more times than not when you give him the right platform to really express himself in those kind of matches, like against Roman, like against Walter. Great stuff, great stuff all around. That he's finally getting to live up to his potential.
Yeah, I saw Drew's first run in the company. I watched the SmackDown where Vince came out and said he's the chosen one. And I was there watching SmackDown in early 2010 when he was Intercontinental Champion and he main evented against The Undertaker. That was a big deal at the time, but then of course his star dropped massively and he ended up in 3MB, which to be fair, the WLC match is great, but whatever. But to see him really turn his career around and come back bigger and better than ever, it's such a remarkable story. He's such a different person now than what he was then. Back then it was premature, he wasn't ready for that, but now he's actually that guy. And yeah, he's fantastic. The hype for Clash at the Castle is just like that video package they did. It was like something out of a movie. It was so good. And obviously Broken Dreams is one of the best like Jim Johnston themes of that era. It's a beautiful bit of music.
Yeah.
Maybe not as an entrance theme for his current character, but certainly as a theme for the Chosen One character itself. It's fantastic.
Definitely.
Yeah. All right, my next choice, funnily enough, I just mentioned him like literally seconds ago. My next choice is one that I have a very personal connection with because I was there for the peak of his run at WrestleMania, and that is The Undertaker. Obviously, by that I mean I was there for a lot of the streak, which was a very magical time. It's one of those things where you had to be there to understand it. You had to really understand how prestigious the streak was. And when it got to the part where people were like, hang on a second, he's won like 10 matches in a row. Like, where's this going? And yeah, he's, again, talking about longevity and commitment to your character. Mark Calloway is one of the most committed people I've ever seen to a character in wrestling. The fact that the idea, back in the era of everyone had to have a job, he's the dead mortician. The undead mortician, I should say. And, he was given Paul Bearer, which is just this perfect combination. It was very scary, especially for the children at the time. I mean, that debut at Survivor Series, people were just in stunned silence at this 6'10" dead-looking guy in a black hat. And that original entrance with that funeral theme, it's so spine-tingling. And the fact that he was willing to sacrifice his range as a promo to stay in character was really dedicated. Because once you got American Badass Taker and he was a bit more relaxed, he would talk a lot more and do more promos. But as the Dead Man, he didn't explore a lot of his promo ability, but he did it so that he could maintain that character, and it was a lot of work to keep himself over with those limits. His costuming and his presentation has always been incredible. Like, he has arguably the most iconic entrance of all time, especially at WrestleMania. That bell toll, the mist, the fire, the slow walk. It's like something out of a movie. And how over time he was able to evolve his style. So when he started out, it was in that very comic booky Hulk Hogan era where he was an undead zombie choking you on the ground and in the corner. And obviously the big moves have always been great. The tombstone pile driver, the choke slam, the last ride. That's all been fantastic. The Hell's Gate as well is a great submission. But the fact that over time he slowly added more things, like that jumping clothesline he would do, and then eventually he started doing the Dead Man's Dive, which is one of the most impressive things I think I've seen. You have this 6'10" guy being able to launch himself over the top rope at people is just remarkable. And over time, the way they add all this mystical lore to the character and just sort of really embodying the more fictional side of wrestling, you know, the times where he would get injured and he would get taken out in a casket match, or he would get set on fire or dropped into a grave. And I always loved about The Undertaker was his opponents, no matter who they were, most of the time would be scared when he came out. There was a very good intentional bit of selling from them. And I loved how when Kane debuted in 97, it added so much lore to this character and so much backstory. And then, of course, you get, you know, his goth phase with the Ministry of Darkness, and then obviously the American Badass and Big Evil on the bike, you know, with the bloody Limp Bizkit song. Of course, bringing the Dead Man back in 04, and then one thing I really loved about what he did in the 2000s is he adopted an MMA style to his matches, and he started wearing those gloves. And that really bumped his matches up a notch. You know, you have his matches with Brock Lesnar in 02, and you get to stuff like when he was wrestling Kurt Angle and Randy Orton and Batista, WrestleMania 23, Edge, obviously. And then obviously his two matches with Shawn Michaels are incredible. And obviously the Hell in a Cell from 97. And also the Hell in a Cell with Mankind from 98. And the Boiler Room Brawl and the, you know, the Armageddon Hell in a Cell. There's so much there. So many great matches. And obviously, you know, the matches with Triple H as well. The Hell in a Cell match from 2012 tells a really good story. It's a very story-driven match. The match with CM Punk as well at WrestleMania 29 is an all-timer. A great tribute to Paul Bearer. It's not all been perfect. The Undertaker has been in some pretty terrible feuds over the years, and I think after the streak ended, he definitely lost a lot of his in-ring ability due to injuries and age, concussions, a bad hip. You know, there was a few embarrassing moments, like the match with Reigns at WrestleMania and the match with Goldberg especially. But he did have that mini feud in 2015 with Brock that was really good, like SummerSlam and Hell in a Cell. That was fun. And obviously he got to end on a high with the AJ Styles match, the Boneyard match. That was great. And I loved that bit earlier this year. It's great that we got it, especially in hindsight. That sort of passing to the torch to Bray Wyatt, obviously, before he passed. This was like one of Bray's last appearances on TV before he went out with COVID. That was a very, very good segment he did on the anniversary of Raw with Bray. Yeah. Undertaker has this aura about him. He's the only guy, Mark Calloway's really the only guy that could have done that character justice because of his level of dedication and commitment and also his just pure badassery. To not only play someone who is this undead fictional zombie, but he's also a believable ass kicker as well. That balance is a hard one to ride, but he's able to do it. And his timing, his storytelling, and yeah, there's a lot of really, really, really great matches and moments from Taker. And yeah, he is just one of those guys that has such a career to look at as a whole. I think it's a shame for you because I feel like you came into wrestling right as he was declining. Yeah. Which is, it's sad because his peak years in ring were probably like 2005 to 2010-ish, around that point in time. Maybe slightly, actually, I'd go as far to say 2013. It's like 2005.
Well, yeah, his last like known classic is again Punk at Mania, realistically.
Yeah. So like that period of time from when he wrestled Randy Orton at 21 up to Punk at 29, that 8-year period is a very, very strong run in ring for Undertaker. And there's also one of the most underrated things about Taker is his ability for comedy as well. there's that segment where he's in the limousine and he says, "Buckle up, Teddy." That's actually a really funny moment. But yeah, Taker has an aura about him, a special magic that no other wrestler has. So yeah, he's one of my favorites. You've done it now. You've gone and made a big mistake. Kicking assholes' ass. Who's your next choice?
I think we can go for a little John Moxley.
Ooh, also known as Dean Ambrose.
Also known as Dean Ambrose. Yeah, when I started watching wrestling, the first segment I remember watching was on Raw, which was the lead up to Hell in a Cell that year. I remember in ring that's feud between Seth and Dean quite vividly. That was the first real program I ever saw, realistically. Very quickly, Dean became one of my favorites in ring, despite the bad in service his character was given a lot of the time. Because I feel like probably the peak of Dean was Money in the Bank 2015 to sort of Money in the Bank 2016 in some ways. You got the bad Brock match in between that, unfortunately. But during that time, he got super over. That night he won the championship is probably, I think, his best night in the company, because the culmination of Roman being champion, losing to Seth, and then Dean cashing in him, I think is a nice little neat bow on the Seth.
Yeah, I think in terms of his career, the only thing that tops it is his AEW debut. In a Double or Nothing 2019, when he came out of the crowd, that moment is unbelievable.
Yeah, and then in turn with John Moxley, has completely revitalized his, almost in a way, love for wrestling. You can tell, and he's had some amazing matches during that run. Eddie had matches with Omega, matches with Jericho, matches with Punk. Yeah.
The match with Bryan Danielson. Oh, dude, the match with Orange Cassidy at All Out. Jesus Christ. And let's not forget the match on Rampage with Wheeler Yuta made a star.
Yeah. Oh, yes. Yeah, John is... He is such a team player in so many ways. When AEW was in their worst period, he very much took the company on his shoulders for a good while. Two
of them, really, because he carried it through the pandemic, and then he carried it through after Brawl Out as well.
Yeah, that's true. That is true. You're not wrong there. But yeah, John, not only that, John in ring, fantastic worker, so brutal, sadistic, and charismatic in his own way. His promos are always so charismatic as well. It's such a great presence about him. No one really has his sort of charisma in a way, and yeah, I always enjoy watching him wrestle. Whenever I watch any match of him, he's always exactly what I want out of a John Moxley match every time. And yeah, you can't help but find him very, very lovable. He's someone who's obviously battled a lot of demons in his time, and when he came back, I think that was such a beautiful promo. The only thing I now drink is blood. What a line that is. Mm-hmm. It's fucking awesome.
And then that led into the Blackpool Combat Club, which is one of his best runs.
Definitely.
That face off he has with CM Punk on Dynamite is so electric. That in that video package as well, when he said he's like fragile body, fragile mind.
And everyone always uses that to be like, "Oh, John Moxley was right," even though they were just telling a story. Very funny, but yeah, I'm glad John has managed to elevate himself to proper main event status. That the Fed never really pushed him towards, despite being probably the most over member of the Shield most of the time.
Oh yeah, his Shield promos are really good actually.
His promo on Seth when Seth just turned heel is 10 out of 10.
Mm-hmm. And also that feud he had with William Regal in FCW as well is legendary. It's like two villains colliding. But I one of my favorite things I've ever heard him say, it was on the Jericho podcast after he joined AEW, when he said people were disappointed, like Seth was disappointed when I said I was leaving WWE. And he said, but you have to understand is that I can't be domesticated. I'm a wild animal and I need to be let out. And that's what he is. That's why the theme song of Wild Thing is so perfect for him. Because that's what he is. He's a wild animal.
Oh, yes.
Yep.
Yeah, John is great.
Yep. Well, speaking of guys that were not given main event runs that you would have hoped and battled a lot of demons, but also exuded such a great charisma, my next choice is someone who also unfortunately passed away about 1.5 years ago. And that is Scott Hall, also known as Razor Ramon. In my opinion, one of the greatest to never win a world title is Scott Hall. And there's a few reasons for that. One of them is because Vince liked Kevin Nash more because he was taller and he was more marketable. And also in WCW, you know, you had Hogan in the front of the line with NWO, but also Scott Hall had a lot of demons with alcohol and drugs. Part of that is to do with his history. You know, he had that time when he was at a nightclub where out of self-defense, he was forced to shoot someone, and that scarred him for life. That experience of knowing that he killed a man really sent him downhill in terms of his substance issues. But as a talent, he was incredible. Great in-ring worker, fantastic promo, the charisma that is dripping off that man. There's this promo he did with Bret Hart where he just kept interrupting, like they were on separate screens and he just kept interrupting. He's like, nah man, shut up. Like, he just has so much badassery and authority and charisma, and he's just, it's funny because he's putting on a fake accent for Razor Ramon, but he makes it feel so believable. That Scarface accent, you know, he's not even supposed to, he's supposed to be Cuban, but he's not even Cuban. But he exudes cool like no one else. And then obviously with him going to WCW with, you know, the NWO and all that, him getting to be more of himself, being Scott Hall, and just ramping up that cool factor, but making it a bit more realistic. There's this moment where a fan throws like rubbish at his face and he doesn't even flinch because he's just that cool. And like every time he made an entrance, the way he would get eye contact with the camera and the way he would flick his toothpick, there was a swagger to Scott Hall, this effortless charisma that couldn't be replicated. And he's a really underrated wrestler as well. He's one of the best in-ring workers of that time period, especially for a big guy. He had really good storytelling sort of instincts. And I remember Triple H described something about him, about how, you know, Triple H often would get very wrapped up in complexity, and he would get so, you know, dragged in by, oh, I want to do this, I want to do this, I want to do this, oh, but this is so hard, how do I do it? And then Scott Hall would look at it and go, why don't you just get rid of all of that and just do it like this? Like the most simple but effective way of getting things across. You know, I think he's Triple H described Scott Hall as the AC/DC of wrestling, and that he doesn't do big compositions, but he does a very simple beat that everyone can recognize, and that's what makes him so universally appealing. He's the bad guy, Razor Ramon, and that, like, those ladder matches of Shawn Michaels, the WrestleMania 10 one is iconic with the unification of the IC title. He also could play a great heel, but also a great babyface as well, because he was so cool. That match he has on Raw with the 1-2-3 kid, Sean Waltman, is a legendary, upset match, David versus Goliath. I think that's something that sets apart Scott Hall from some of his peers at the time, as he was willing to put people over for the betterment of, the careers and the company. And yeah, I think the fact that he never got a run with a world title is a really big shame, because he was definitely at that level. And he was definitely one of the biggest stars of that time. So yeah, the bad guy makes it onto my list.
Another bad guy who is absolutely beloved. Well, bad guy in this case, I guess, is very perspective. Stone Cold Steve Austin.
And that's going to be a snap for me.
Yeah, easy one.
Yeah.
The face of the Attitude Era. I mean, it doesn't get any bigger than that. He was pretty much the face of an entire 4 or 5 year run of wrestling. For a long time, he is the face of wrestling for a lot of people in the late 90s. Not only did he pull off really great matches in such a small amount of time, but how long his career could have been, unfortunately, due to his net problems. One of the funniest promos ever. There was a promo I saw pretty recently on Twitter of him going so I went home, and I had a beer, and then another beer, and then 3 beers, 4 beers, 5 beers, 6 beers, 7 beers, 8 beers, 9 beers, and a Bloody Mary. He is incredible. And another one I remember, I think when his feud with the NWO, and he was like, "You don't want to bear me? I'm gonna cry." I'm sorry, no, you're making me sad. Where? I said where? Where? I can't. It's so fucking good.
He's very self-aware, Steve Austin.
Yeah, very much so. But whenever he does cut promos, he is one of the most entertaining son of a bitches you will ever see on a mic. And that's obviously not news to anybody, but any promo you go back and watch, like The Rock back in the 90s and early 2000s, every promo here is fucking entertaining as hell.
And he didn't get watered down. He stayed stone cold forever.
Mm-hmm. Yeah. The only bad thing about Stone Cold in the world of wrestling is the fucking what chants.
Oh my god, I hate the what chants.
Mm-hmm.
That was the best thing about the pandemic, is the what chants went away for a bit.
They went away for a good year and a half, yeah. Yeah. But yeah, he had one of the best matches in WrestleMania history. Some of the best feuds in Mania history with The Rock. That promo package for that match is elite. It's just all-timer. And yeah, it made his feud with Vince McMahon made like authority figures the Thing for many years. Yeah, he's an icon of the industry for so many reasons. And I don't think, even though wrestling had a very big dip period for a long time, I don't think wrestling gets as big as it is without Steve Austin.
Yeah.
I don't think it would be the same.
He's the biggest star from the biggest boom period in the business.
Mm-hmm. Everyone knows who he is. There's not a person on earth who doesn't know who he is in his own capacity. Yeah,
Steve Austin is just what more can I say about him that people haven't already said? He's one of the best promos of all time. He has one of the most believable, entertaining characters of all time. The whole look of the bald head and the black trunks, the middle finger, the iconic moments when he was fighting with Mike Tyson, and then the matches. The match with Bret Hart at WrestleMania 13 is genuinely one of the best matches I think I've ever seen. It's so well booked, and that iconic ending with him bleeding and the sharpshooter is just, it's a star-making moment. Any time in the Attitude Era when that glass would shatter and the crowd would just pop, like the most loud, insane pop you've ever heard. The TV ratings were absolutely insane. Like there was like 13 million Americans watching Raw every week when Steve Austin was on top. Yeah, and his feuds with McMahon and with The Rock are incredible. His feud with Triple H as well was really well done. Even early in his career, his feud with Steamboat in WCW as Stunning Steve Austin is really good, and his tag team with Pillman as the Hollywood Blondes. That run he had in ECW where he buries Hulk Hogan is absolutely hilarious. And not only could he be the most funny guy, but he also could take things really seriously as well. And he knew how to protect his character. There's that promo he cuts on Bret in early 97 when he was still heel. That is just, it's so intense. Obviously, there's the iconic King of the Ring promo, talk about your Psalms, talk about John 3:16, Austin 3:16 says I just whipped your ass. Like, it's so quotable and memorable. And he's very self-aware, and he's very, very funny. Like, just even the smallest facial expressions. I love the 1997 Royal Rumble when he's out there kicking ass, and he does that thing where he looks at his watch, but he doesn't have a watch. It's just his wrist. And then when Bret's music hits, he puts his hand on his head in like terror. It's so funny. Yeah, and he just had great matches, great promos, great feuds with everyone he worked with. He's just a magic. I love the fact that he came back for WrestleMania in Texas and he had that brawl with Kevin Owens. That's just a great little thing that they did. But yeah, there was and when he turned heel in 01 during the invasion, he had that tag team with Kurt Angle. It was the funniest fucking thing. Like singing Kumbaya and wearing those cowboy hats. It's so funny. But like so many iconic moments, like in the 2001 Royal Rumble when him and The Rock are staring off and he's covered in blood, is a great moment. Yeah, and he just would whip ass and he would lay it in. I think unfortunately that because Owen Hart broke his neck at SummerSlam 97, he did have to change his style a bit. So instead of being able to do a lot of his stuff he used to do in his early days, he had to become more of a brawler. He still was able to tell great stories with it, but I do sometimes wish we got a bit more of peak Steve Austin in the ring. Because like early 97, like when he was with Bret, that was when in ring and also as a character both met in the middle and like kind of hit that perfect balance point. But yeah, we still got great stuff. I mean, as you said, like, you know, the match with The Rock, especially X7, is just iconic. It's an amazing match. And that whole My Way video package. But moments like when on Raw and when the whole corporation is about to screw Mankind and then the glass shatters, Steve Austin helps Mankind win the belt, a huge pop. Then obviously when in 2000 at Backlash, when it's The Rock versus Triple H and Stone Cold comes out again, one of the biggest pops. Yeah, he's a legend, absolute legend. Probably the worst thing he's been involved in was Michael Cole vs. Jerry Lawler. That was absolutely horrendously bad. He was also the referee for the first Brock Goldberg match at WrestleMania 20, which was also a dumpster fire. The crowd just completely shit on it. Although Steve Austin did stunner both of them after the match, and that got a big pop. And then there was the whole run he had with Eric Bischoff on Raw after his retirement. That was provided a lot of good entertainment. So yeah, Stone Cold Steve Austin is the man. Give me a hell yeah. Alrighty. Well, we snapped, so I guess I should do my next choice. My next pick for a favorite wrestler is the Macho Man Randy Savage. Yeah, he's probably my favorite WWE wrestler of the 80s. He had so much charisma, he was one of the best promos, and he had great matches. In terms of 80s wrestling, he really is the whole package. In that, a bit like guys like Eddie Kingston, he would have so much intensity with everything he did, whether that be talking or whether that be wrestling. And he's one of the most insecure characters ever. Like, he thought everyone was against him at all times, which is why his dynamic with Miss Elizabeth was so interesting, because he was so possessive and controlling of his partner, you know, who was just this sort of damsel. And that's what led into the great Mega Powers story about whenever he saw Hogan with Miss Elizabeth, he thought that, like, he was being betrayed when Hogan was just trying to help him out. Savage has so many iconic promos, the cup of coffee in the big time, I'm the cream of the crop. Like, there's so many great things, and like the way he would get all sweaty and he would throw his glasses off and he would get so intense and point at the camera and his eyes would get all rabid. And obviously, like I said, that match with Steamboat at WrestleMania 3 is an all-timer. He obviously was a great in-ring worker as well. Very flamboyant, obviously, but he had a style that was very far above a lot of his peers. And, you know, that period of time with the Macho King was a great thing. That pairing with Sensational Sherry worked as well. But one of the most heartwarming moments was at WrestleMania, I think it was WrestleMania 6. Yeah, I think it was WrestleMania 6, I want to say it was. When, was it WrestleMania? No, it was WrestleMania 7. It was when he had his match with the Ultimate Warrior, and the Ultimate Warrior beat him, and Sensational Sherry tried to beat up Savage after the match, and Miss Elizabeth runs into the ring, and they have that big reunion. It's like one of the best babyface turns I think I've ever seen. It's such a heartwarming moment. And then, of course, he went to WCW, and he had an extended run there. He was even part of the NWO at one point. Yeah, Savage is such a charismatic, iconic wrestler, and there's no one that is really like him. He's very distinct, very unique, very intense, great matches, great promos. I think what is guaranteed with Savage is you are always going to get a great, entertaining segment with him. And he had some of, if not the best attires in history. Like the clothing he would wear, the big coats, the hat, the bandana, the glasses, the stars on his trunks. He was able to act like a tough guy, but also dress like a peacock, which made him an interesting contrast. So yeah, Randy Savage is one of the best ever, I think. Step into a Slim Jim. Who's your next choice?
My next choice is the other woman on my 25. I have gone for Asuka.
Oh yes, I know you love Asuka.
Yeah, Asuka is fucking cool. She's really cool, and she had a great undisputed streak for so long. She lost to Charlotte Flair. It was a great match, but she shouldn't have lost, and it's really dumb. And they haven't booked her that well at all during her run, unfortunately, because for some reason they're dumb. Despite Asuka always being amazing and cool. Yeah, I think Asuka's great. I think Asuka has great matches, and she's got great style, and she's shown unique compared to anybody else on the roster. She deserves better. She deserves, good booking consistently for a long time. And that's sort of my opinion. Her stuff in NXT is fucking great. She had a debut, well, not her debut, her win and Bailey to win the title was such a great match, and how they finished that match. The finish of that match is fucking awesome. We also rewatched that recently in recent times, and that match is fucking great. Really makes her look extremely strong, and yeah, when they put in the Rumble match, made her the winner. Fantastic, perfect, 100%.
I cried.
Spot on.
I cried after that match. There was a lot of reasons why. I mean, obviously being the first women's Rumble, and also I was kind of falling out with wrestling at the time, but I was so impressed at what they did for that women's Rumble.
Yeah.
And Asuka winning just put the cherry on the cake for that.
Yeah. And yeah, she always puts on great matches. She's got such a unique look and style, and she's so charismatic every time she's on screen.
Oh, her entrance is just...
Yeah. Both her finger songs are great, but bloody hell, please just book her right, please, because she's so good. She can absolutely do anything if you give her the right material. Asuka's great. Fantastic. Love her. Charismatic. Awesome.
Yeah, despite the fact that English is not her strength, she can still get over.
Oh, absolutely. Because she's cool.
Yeah. Well, I mentioned Macho Man as one of the best names of the 80s. Another name of the 80s that was great and has been a massive influence on many of the people I've already said on this list is Rowdy Roddy Piper, who is one of the greatest promos of all time. The talking, the energy, the acting, the dedication to his mostly heel run. He was a babyface for a lot of his career, but when he was a heel, dude, he was fucking insanely heel. Like, people talk these days about MJF and his dedication to the character. It's the same. His MJF's dedication to that heel role is inspired by Roddy Piper in the early to mid 80s. You know, in Mid-South and in NWA and obviously in WWF with his, you know, the start of WrestleMania and all that. That character, it's just, there's something about Roddy Piper that exudes energy that is unmatched with anyone else. Like, he's one of the most insane feeling wrestlers that you could ever watch. And he's not like some great athlete or technician or anything like that. But what he is he's this person who makes every single person who sees him, whether that be in the arena or on TV, care about what he's doing. He has such great facials. He knows how to get heat, but he also knows how to get sympathy. He's also like the most un-Canadian Canadian ever. It's like really strange. He's not. I mean, it's funny because they gave him this character as if he was Scottish because he wore a kilt and all that. I think he has Scottish ancestry, but he really isn't Scottish at all. But that dog collar match he has with Greg Valentine, and then the stuff he did in Mid-South of that heel character is very influential on people like MJF and CM Punk. And of course, having that huge feud with Hulk Hogan leading into the era of WrestleMania was a massive, massive thing for the industry. And I think in ring, my favorite match of him was the one from WrestleMania 8 where he put over Bret Hart for the IC title. Piper is someone who never really lost clean ever, and he barely even lost any matches at all. You know, it would either be him winning, or it would be like a DQ or a count out, or there'd be some kind of reason why it didn't happen. He was very protected and very protective of his spot and his drawing power as a heel. But in that match, he made Bret Hart a star. And the story they tell in that match about Piper wanting to use the bell and bring back his heel side and being desperate to win, and then he drops the bell on the floor. It ultimately leads to him losing the match, but it shows his respect for Bret and also the lessons he's learned along the way about what he should be as a human being. It's such a great sort of send-off for him as a wrestler. And yeah, always entertaining. That segment on Piper's Pit where he cracks Jimmy Snuka with a coconut is fucking hilarious. He was great in movies as well. He's really just an icon of his time. And there's been these moments since where he's come back and he's had such great promos, like when he came back to cut it, he had a promo with Cena, I think, at one point, and he really went hard on him. I think one of his last appearances though was with the Shield in 2014 at like Old School Raw, and the Shield was still heel at the time, but they were just about to turn babyface, and Piper cut a promo on the Shield and it was really, really good. He's always been a very good talker. Definitely a loudmouth for sure. I mean, on commentary he was amazing, but he could also invade sometimes. I think it was Undertaker's debut. He's like, "Look at the size of that ham hock." But yeah, no, Piper was always the loudest guy in the room. You know, when you think you have the answers, I change the questions. So yeah, Piper. I think without Piper, you know, being the opposite to Hogan, you don't really get WrestleMania as it is. That two-person structure has to exist for WrestleMania to get as much attraction as it did. Because for Hogan as the face of the company to be as over as he is and to have as much drawing power as he is, he needs an opponent like Piper to be the total opposite of him. And you have a heel who is a guy who would get rubbish thrown at him. He'd be stabbed in public by fans. Like he was so into the character. And that shot, that iconic shot at WrestleMania 1 in the Madison Square Garden, when he walks through the curtain and he's just chuckling to himself and he's smug and the crowd is booing him and he just doesn't care. It's so good. So yeah, Roddy Piper is one of the GOATs, and has been very influential on some of my favorites. Who is your next choice?
My next choice is the one and only Kyle O'Reilly.
Oh yeah, great choice.
Yeah, it was on my underrated list. And yeah, I'll keep this one a little bit briefer because obviously it was. Kyle O'Reilly's great, so entertaining, so great in the ring, great seller, entertaining seller. His sales are always on point. He's sorely missed, I think, on the roster right now because he's such a unique wrestler and personality compared to everybody else. He proved in NXT that he could maybe push into that main event slot under the right booking and kind of great matches.
I hate that we didn't get the match with O'Reilly and Karrion Kross for the title. That would have been a great story to tell. NXT 2.0 ruined that.
Yeah. But Kyle's great. The wrestling business has been lost without him in some ways since he's been out because he's such a great personality and wrestler. Hopefully he'll be back pretty soon.
Dude, Bobby Fischer's career has been dead without Kyle O'Reilly.
Like I said with Adam Cole, the Undisputed Era was such a unique time for NXT. It was such a dominant era and so entertaining. Kyle O'Reilly is always a person who can, in the same way of Kurt Angle, can do both serious and comedic with his character, and it work. You know, because he's such a good presence.
That bit on Takeover where he falls out the ring is the fucking funniest thing.
Yeah, when he flips over and then he smiles and then he kicks in the head. That's just shit is so good.
Yeah.
But yeah, easily Kyle O'Reilly, fantastic.
That brief singles run he had in AEW before he got injured is absolutely incredible. The matches with Ray Phoenix and Darby Allin, so good.
Definitely.
And if he comes back and he gets added to the MJF Adam Cole storyline and Roderick Strong, that has a lot of potential. Because imagine if they do a 6-man with MJF, Adam Cole, and Kyle O'Reilly versus Roddy and the Kingdom. That has a lot of potential. Yeah, he also, like Adam Cole, he seems like one of the nicest guys in the business as well. Yeah. He's a very nice guy. And he's a fan of Pink Floyd, which makes him extra based. He was playing Pink Floyd records to his child when it was inside his mum's womb. It's like getting him started early. Also, one of the most impressive things about Kyle O'Reilly is that he's a diabetic, and he has to have an insulin test before every match, and he's still able to compete athletically despite that. And obviously his in-ring style as well, the martial arts stuff is just so good. It's very, very distinct. Well, speaking of martial arts, I decided to have one Japanese wrestler on my list. I have gone for the Great Muta, also known as Keiji Muto. I think there was a few choices I could have gone for. There's a lot of great Japanese wrestlers. Tony Inoki is one of them. Kazuchika Okada, Hiroshi Tanahashi, Shinsuke Nakamura, Katsujiro Shibata, Kenta Kobashi, Mitsuharu Masara. There's a lot of options out there. But I've decided to go for the Great Muta because I think his influence on so many areas of the business is really remarkable. From Japan and also the US. I think one of the things that Muta does is he has that same kind of charisma that you described when you talked about Asuka, and that every time he comes to the ring, he has that energy that draws you in. And he doesn't have to speak English words to really get you to invest in him. And the whole thing, the iconic thing of the face paint and the green mist as well. And his fluidity in the ring and his sharpness and the way all of his moves look so good. He's such an incredible athlete. He is so good that in the early 90s, he managed to get, and obviously, you know, with Hulk Hogan, a lot of his matches in the WWF that people talk about are matches that have a lot of crowd interaction. It's a very connected thing. But if we're talking about in-ring work specifically, Hulk Hogan's usually not really known for that. But the Great Muta got a classic out of Hulk Hogan in New Japan, and that shows the kind of talent he is, the level that he brings his opponents to. The matches he had with Ric Flair are awesome. All of his stuff in Japan is exceptional. Again, talking about longevity, this guy had a really long career and only recently retired. Like this year, I'm pretty sure. Yeah. Iconic character, fantastic athlete, very unique presence and energy, and always delivered, I think, I would say. And he's a really key part of that sort of early 90s WCW, I think, I would say. He's very integral to that specific time period. But obviously, yeah, his work in Japan is also fantastic as well. So yeah, the Great Muta has made it onto my list. I think he's also a WWE Hall of Famer now, isn't he? Of like this year or last year? Yeah.
I'll do 2 in one go then, because they actually go together, actually.
All right.
I have both Kevin Owens and Sami Zayn.
Oh, yes, of course. They are always paired.
That fits quite well together, really, because I mentioned it earlier. They had probably one of the best endings to a Mania in beating the Usos this year. That moment of them beating the Usos is fucking insane.
The fact that their story started in Ring of Honor as well, and it's still going.
Yeah, it's fucking crazy. When I started watching wrestling, a month later, Kevin Owens debuted in NXT, and I have fucking adored him since. I absolutely love Kevin Owens. And on that same night, Sami Zayn had one of the best matches in TakeOver history, beating Neville for the championship. And that level of Sami Zayn is something that's been sorely missed on the main roster for so long. And I feel like now, hopefully, that he's on his own, and there's 2 championships, we can slowly get that babyface rise again and get to that level on the main roster. But yeah, Sammy and Kevin, two of the best promos in the company right now, two of the best workers in the company right now. All their stuff with the bloodline after Mania, you know, when you build up from like Survivor Series to Mania, what a build. Absolutely incredible stuff. The stuff Sammy was doing with the bloodline, with Jay, with Jimmy, with Roman was generally some of the best storytelling the company has done in so long. It was insane every week, entertaining, funny, like every twist and turn, every segment that they had. The trial of Sami Zayn is one of the best segments Raw has ever had. And in turn with Kevin, he also had one of the best segments Raw ever had with the Festival of Friendship. That shit was fucking awesome. Because his whole feud with Jericho being built up from SummerSlam to just before Fastlane when they took the title off Kevin. But other than that, what a fantastic feud that was. Beautiful building up to that moment. Oh, I absolutely loved it. Yeah, and they're just two incredibly lovable guys. Two of them for years. They are just, you can watch any of their matches. They are just so entertaining in the ring. Great people, great promos, just everything about them. There's nothing to dislike about these two. Absolutely.
And they're very unconventional as well. Yeah. They break the mold massively.
Mm-hmm. Definitely. Both of them do massively. They're not traditional lookers, but man, they break that glass ceiling. Absolutely. They are fucking awesome, the two of them. And yeah, their careers have been forever intertwined, so it's actually quite fitting that I've done them both.
In fact, they got to main event WrestleMania together. That's insane.
Kevin Owens has main evented 2 WrestleManias.
He main evented against Steve Austin.
Jesus Christ. Yeah, and he had Vince's last big spot.
And for a good 6 months, Sami Zayn was the most over person in the whole company.
Yeah, he was the biggest face in the company before Cody. Yeah. They are fantastic. Love them both.
I wanted to feature a tag team on this list. I have gone for FTR, also known as the Revival. Oh, Jesus. So there is a period of time in the late 80s and the early 90s in the territories where tag team wrestling was at its absolute peak with the Midnight Express, the Rock and Roll Express, the Four Horsemen, the Road Warriors, and even in WWF with like the Hart Foundation, the Rockers, the the Samoans and Demolition and all of that stuff. Powers of Pain. There was a lot of tag teams around that time, a lot of really good ones too. Power and Glory, obviously, that's another one. Barbarian and Haku. But the embodiment of all of that culture of tag team wrestling, and especially from tag teams like the Midnight Express and Four Horsemen, specifically Arn Anderson and Tully Blanchard. That is all embodied by FTR, Dax Harwood and Cash Wheeler, also known in WWE as Scott Dawson and Dash Wilder. When they got together in NXT, and they really started to get a lot of more matches, especially around sort of 2015, I think it was when they really started to get more matches. They resurrected this form of tag team wrestling that hadn't been in the mainstream since that period of time. And they perfected this brand of it. And consistently for the last sort of 8-9 years, in my opinion, they've been the best tag team in the world. You know, a lot of people say the Bucks are, and that's fair. But for me, FTR embodies everything I want out of a tag team. They are Southern boys. They have that territorial persona. They are so real. They have that Bret Hart realistic thing going for them. But they have that Southern aspect as well. and their list of matches is just unreal. The matches they had with American Alpha, the matches they had with Johnny Gargano and Tommaso Ciampa, DIY, the matches with the Young Bucks, the matches with Bullet Club Gold, the matches with Santana and Ortiz, the what else is there? The matches with the Briscoes as well. That's another series of matches that were incredible. There is just so much to love about FTR and their style. They prioritize in-ring psychology. They always make it about these characters want to win the match and will do it by any means necessary, and especially during the heel stuff, but even the baby stuff, say face stuff as well. They are smart and they think about what the ring is and what it takes to win a match, and that creates a lot of drama, especially because I think FTR are one of the acts that are able to connect the best with the camera work, because the cameras will not show you what is about to happen, and then FTR will do something that surprises you, like pull someone out from a pin or from the apron or stop a tag. They are also very good singles wrestlers in their own right, especially Dax. Dax's match with CM Punk. Dax's match with Pac is incredible. His match with Claudio is really great. And they also had a singles match in the Owen Hart tournament with each other. That was an exceptional match. And all the six-man tags with CM FTR as well were great. I think they just have this ability to tell stories in such an elite level. They have great music. They had great music in WWE as well, you know, the Say Yeah, but then they also, in AEW, have the sort of modern version of the Midnight Express theme, you know, Dark Side of TR. The other element, especially with the babyface thing of their relatability, I noticed they did interviews with Renee Paquette right before they turned babyface. Obviously with Dax and his anxiety and his daughter with what she's been through. Cash with, having grown up with like 12 brothers or something, being the youngest of a very big family, being abused by his stepdad and all that. They have a very relatable side to them. They embody a very specific old school style of wrestling, and they brought it into the modern age in the best way. And I just love watching their matches. They are the best tag team matches consistently, I think, that the business has. Whilst the Bucks are great in their own right, sometimes on TV they can play their greatest hits a bit too often. But every single FTR match feels like it matters. It feels like there is a purpose, a reason for it being there. And yeah, the match they had with Bullet Club Gold on Collision is one of the greatest tag matches I've ever seen. It's unbelievable. And yeah, that's all I've got to say about that. So yeah, you give me your next pairing.
Well, this is another pairing that have been linked together again since I started watching wrestling, and it's very funny how they were initially hated and then turned it into something quite substantial for the last sort of 8-9 years. My pairing, which very funnily going together, is Kofi Kingston and Big E. Yeah, I fucking love these two quite a bit. Xavier, I guess to put a brief mention is I love Xavier a lot. I think he's such a cool guy. Great ring, great promo. He just hasn't had that main event push in a way that I kind of want to really push him into like this sort of top 25, because these two are very special talents. Kofi, his Kofi Mania story is such a very heartfelt story. someone who is been with the company for 11 years, never really got a sniff at any sort of main event opportunities in like 10 years, and to finally get that lightning in a bottle moment during the gauntlet match and during the Elimination Chamber, which led all the way to Mania. What a moment for him. Generally, it's an all-timer moment. And it's one of the few times Byron, what's his fucking surname?
Saxton.
Saxon, yeah. Byron Saxon had a legitimately great call when Kofi won on commentary. Kofi's also underrated promo when you give him the right material. Great in the ring. So athletic. His Kofi like rumble spots, other than the last 2 years, unfortunately, which were very unlucky for him, have always been memorable. So fun.
I think the most impressive one is the Andre Battle Royal from WrestleMania 30 when he landed on the steps. That was insane.
He's done a lot of fucking. The pogo stick chair one is fucking insanely funny.
Yeah,
it's just so entertaining. Kofi, but when Kofi, you give him good stuff like you did for mostly of Kofi Mania, man, that was pure magic, unbelievable stuff. And then with Big E again is one of the most lovable people I've seen in wrestling. He is just exudes fucking like warmth and kindness. Just he seems like the most lovable guy you can be around. And it's a shame what's happened to him just before 38 when he got that neck injury. It sucks he hasn't come back. He may never come back, which is a big shame because he is someone that he always seemed like he was destined to be a main eventer at one point. So great on the mic, so funny, but so great in the ring. Their feud with the Usos is one of the best tag rivalries ever. Honestly, that Hell in a Cell match they had was so insanely good. I remember that when it happened. Fucking top tier tag team in like the last 10 years. And when he came out of the pandemic, he finally got a moment, won Money in the Bank, and then cashed in. Another great moment, like Kofi. Just shame the title reign didn't really go the way it probably should have. Unfortunately, not long after that, he then got the injury, which sucks because Big E is someone who I think could have been on the mainstay in the main event, even now, for many, many years. And it really sucks that potentially he won't be able to wrestle again. Because it's a real shame for me. Yeah, I love both these guys. I think these guys are cool guys, great in the ring, promos excellent, and they've been together for like nearly 10 years nearly, which is insane to say about a tag team / group. Yeah, love them both.
Yep. Yeah, I've seen Big E's entire career from the start. I remember when he debuted at the Slammy Awards in 2012 and he did the big ending to John Cena. I even saw his NXT run as well when he was champion. And he did the 5 count. Yeah. Great stuff. Right, so that means we both have one left. Is that correct?
Mm-hmm.
Okay, well, I wanted to have a women's wrestler on my list, at least one. I've gone for Sasha Banks.
Ooh.
Yeah. I have seen Sasha from day one in NXT. And just there's something about Sasha that is different to the rest. She has a very very specific charisma. And obviously part of that, you know, she's a big fan of Eddie Guerrero. That's a huge part of her inspiration. But Sasha has a generational charisma that really makes her feel like a big deal whenever she's on screen. And her presentation, the whole boss character, you know, that Brooklyn match where she came out in the, you know, in the SUV. You know, obviously Snoop Dogg's cousin, so there's that connection, but the whole thing of, you know, the sunglasses, the music, the glamour, the hair, and, you know, the title and all that. She created this very unique character that fits her and is distinct to her. And also has quite a lot of history with a lot of the women she feuded with, like Charlotte, Becky, Bayley. You know, there's all these women that she had feuds with. That she has a lot of great history with, great matches. But I think that whilst maybe there's other women's wrestlers that are more impressive as an athlete, like a Rhea Ripley or a Bianca Belair or maybe even a Charlotte, I don't know if I've ever seen a women's wrestler with the ability to tell a story in the ring and also have such an appealing style than Sasha Banks does. Because her matches are so well done from a technical and also a narrative perspective. I mean, the match she had with Bayley in Brooklyn in 2015 is one of my favorite matches I've ever seen. It's probably my favorite women's match of all time. And even the Iron Woman match at Respect, that moment where she steals the bow from Izzy and makes her cry, it's so much great awareness of what she's doing, especially as a heel, but also as a babyface as well. Yeah, I just think Banks is a really special talent, and I absolutely understand why she walked out on the company after feeling disrespected by Vince, because she deserves so much better than to be treated like an afterthought. You know, she is one of the biggest stars in the business, and as you said before, the match with Bianca at WrestleMania 37 is a great match. You know, the whole thing of using her hair as a whip is such a creative moment. There's that iconic Royal Rumble match where she eliminates Melina and does the splits that gets memed a lot online. And obviously she's had her run in Stardom and New Japan as Mercedes Moné. I'm very interested to see her, if she goes to AEW, what she can cook up there. I think a feud with Toni Storm or Jamie Hayter would be incredible. Yeah, I think, as her theme song says, the sky's the limit, really. Because there's still so much more she has left to do. But, yeah. She is a very, very memorable wrestler in the sense that she can make you invested in a feud. Obviously, sometimes the writing was garbage, like some of Vince's writing was just appallingly bad. But as a character, as a performer, as a wrestler, she is, for me, the most satisfied I've ever been supporting a women's wrestler ever. I've never felt the same way supporting a women's wrestler the way that I did about Sasha Banks in her prime. Yeah. I have a very special connection, especially to when that period of time when she was the NXT Women's Champion. It's a very, very specific time in wrestling when I was very invested in her as well. Great matches, just great, you know, great career as a whole, really. And during the pandemic, her and Bayley carried a lot of TV, so there's also that too. Very entertaining. And
Definitely, yeah.
Also one of those people that can balance seriousness and also comedy as well. She can do both. And she's able to portray that kind of sassy, badass female aura without it being cringy. Like sometimes you get some wrestlers that try to do that and it comes across as really sort of like icky and sort of mean girls-ish, but like try hard. Whereas with Sasha Banks, it's always believable. So yeah, she's my final choice. Who is yours?
She was very close on being on mine. Yeah. Mine is, well, I feel like this is very fitting, considering he was on the very first show I ever went to live. My last one is Will Ospreay.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. Again, like I said, much like Drew, he was on the very first show I ever went to, which was Will Ospreay versus Martin Kirby in a very, very, very good match. Since then, he has developed so much and has turned into such a main eventer. No doubt. When he leaves New Japan, he is going to be one of the biggest wrestlers in the world next year. Next year is going to be a massive fucking year for Will Ospreay. He has put up banger after the banger for many, many years. So unique. So good on the mic with his unique way of talking.
Dude, his promo with Kenny before Wrestle Kingdom about the pandemic was unbelievable. And then his promo
was elite, yeah.
His promo on Jericho before All In as well. Oh,
that was great. Elite stuff. And he's a fucking master in the ring. Fucking hell.
One of the best athletes ever.
Because I remember, you look back to when I first saw him, he was skinny as hell. And look at him now, he is bulked up massively, and he looks like an absolute star.
Yep.
Him winning and all, the fact that I got to see, my first show was him, and the fact that my third and the last show I gone to was All In, the biggest fucking stage he could ever have. Fucking hell, what a moment that was. His entrance was one of the best moments all night. Just big things are going to come for Will Ospreay in these next couple of years. It would be very shocking if he's not one of the top guys in the industry. Like world champ, whatever, top guy in the company, whatever he goes to. He has all the tools to generally be a mainstay main event player for many years to come. Like an MJF, like a Swerve Strickland, like, you know, Sami Zayn, Cody Rhodes, all those guys in many different ways. These guys are going to be the top guys for many, many years. The next 5 years. Easily. If they're all obviously booked right. But I am very confident that he needs to be on a main stage next year going forward. Because he has got so much fucking potential. He is so, so good in every way. Yeah. Absolutely love him. Great wrestler.
Yeah. Yeah, he started out with, a lot of people called him like a spot fest wrestler, but he's developed into a 5-tool player. He can do everything right.
Oh, yes.
And he also he represents a very specific kind of British culture that doesn't exist in the wrestling world outside of Britain. He's brought that sportsman-like, brutish sort of, I'm fucking better than you and there's nothing you can do about it. Like, that kind of energy to his promos is something that you haven't really seen in American wrestling before. And that makes him unique in that world. You're going down, bruv. Yeah, and I would not be surprised if he's in the main event of All In next year for the world title. If he signs with AEW, that is, which probably he will. But if he does sign with WWE, again, he also would do great there as well. If they redid Will Ospreay versus Ricochet in WWE, that would be insane. Now that they're older and more experienced. But yeah. Wow. 5.5 hours. to talk about our favorite wrestlers. To give off some honorable mentions, I had Mr. Perfect Kurt Hennig, Dusty Rhodes, Brian Pillman, Ravishing Rick Rude, Big Van Vader, Owen Hart, Gold Dust, also known as Dustin Rhodes, Cody Rhodes, Chris Benoit, The $1 Million Man Ted DiBiase, Jake the Snake Roberts, Arn Anderson, Kenny Omega, Rob Van Dam, AJ Styles, The Midnight Express, Raven, William Regal, Kevin Owens, Kazuchika Okada, Will Ospreay, Rey Mysterio, Bray Wyatt, The Dynamite Kid, Tully Blanchard, The Road Warriors, Gorgeous George, Buddy Rogers, Barry Windham, Christian Cage, Claudio Castagnoli, also known as Cesaro, Eddie Kingston, Sami Zayn, Harley Race, The Rock and Roll Express, Trish Stratus, Gunther, also known as Walter. And I know that we didn't count managers, but I would be remiss if I didn't mention Bobby, the Brain Heenan, and the Wise Man Paul Heyman as well, because they were very influential on a lot of the names I put on this list. So yeah, that's the cream of the crop, I would say.
Absolutely.
Yep. Oh, dearie me. Anything else you want to say before we wrap up day 25?
Bloody hell, that was long. Jesus.
Yeah, that's one of the longest videos we've ever done.
Found it.
One of the longest videos we've ever done that was not a live stream.
Mm-hmm.
So there we have it. That is day 25.
Bloody hell.
The big blockbuster, our 25 favorite wrestlers. Hope you all enjoyed. I bid you adieu, a good night, and a goodbye. Bang.